Chapter 4790. The underworld demonic abyss was no stranger to the demonic cultivators of Nether Continent. This was because the legends of the underworld demonic abyss had always been passed down in Nether Continent. It was said that the underworld demonic abyss was the burial ground of pure-blood demons, and pure-blood demons were the oldest demons in Nether Continent, or even the entire eternal world. The current demons were mostly not pure-blood demons, and pure-blood demons had long gone extinct. There were great dangers in the underworld demonic abyss, but there were also great opportunities. The legendary demon origin fruit was in the underworld demonic abyss, which was why He Xiong took the risk to come here again. As long as he could get the demon origin fruit, he could break through his current cultivation realm and become an extreme demon lord. In Nether Continent, to become a true overlord, He Xiong's cultivation had to break through to the extreme Tao realm, as eternal beings rarely appeared. Eternal beings would rule the extreme Tao. Wanting to get the demon origin fruit without taking the risk, there is no such thing in this world. He Xiong scanned the crowd and said, "That's right." Feng Ji nodded. "Those who don't want to take the risk, go back the way you came." He Xiong said, "This white-boned devil saint," and the rest looked at each other, but no one left. Since they were already here, who would be willing to leave? "He Xiong, do you have any way to go down?" Feng Ji asked. No one wanted to die, and the underworld demonic abyss was definitely filled with unimaginable dangers. He Xiong was someone who had been here before, and perhaps he was prepared. Everyone looked at He Xiong. He Xiong waved his hand, and a group of black things appeared in the air. Gu Fei focused and saw that the black mass was actually a swarm of devil bees, each the size of an adult's thumb. While flying, these devil bees didn't make any sound. "You want to use this swarm to explore?" Gu Fei smiled. "That's right." He Xiong looked at Gu Fei and said, although it was a stupid idea, he felt that it was the best one. "Then let's begin." White Bone could not wait any longer. He Xiong had indeed come prepared. He Xiong was a little excited as well. He released a swarm of devil bees, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Under his control, they were like an army as they flew in an orderly manner to the side of the devil abyss. "Go!" He Xiong roared, and the dozen devil bees flew into the abyss. He Xiong hurriedly followed. Gu Fei could sense the fluctuation of He Xiong's divine sense on these devil bees, which meant that these devil bees were actually He Xiong's clones. This fellow was really awesome. He actually refined tens of thousands of devil bees into his doppelgangers. He wanted to use this method to explore the underworld god and devil abyss. Gu Fei and the others followed behind He Xiong. Above He Xiong's head was a large group of devil wasps. These demon bees were not just for show. They were the famous black demon bees of the Nether Continent. If stung, even a demon sage would be poisoned. With tens of thousands of black demonic bees, even a half-step extreme Tao existence would have to flee. The abyss was shrouded by a strange power, and even a saint demon could not fly. They could only climb down the cliff. Of course, those black malevolent wasps were flying creatures, so they were not affected by the mysterious power of the underworld divine abyss. He Xiong was prepared. He tied one end of the black rope to a boulder on the cliff, and threw the other end into the abyss, into the depths of the abyss. The black rope was long, and they climbed down. Soon, they were more than 10 miles down. He Xiong, who was in front, suddenly stopped. A soft, rustling sound came from the bottom of the cliff. "What's that?" Everyone was shocked. "It's He Xiong, who was at the bottom," exclaimed. "It's AF * King Centipede." At this time, everyone could see what was crawling up from the abyss. It was a dense crowd of black centipedes, as thick as an arm, crawling towards them from the cliff. The speed of the centipedes was not slow. They were not ordinary centipedes. They had been nourished by the demonic aura of the abyss and had become extremely powerful. Even a saint demon would die if bitten. "Fortunately, I'm prepared," He Xiong said as he opened a bag tied to his waist. It was a spirit beast bag, which was specially used to store spirit beasts. Of course, this spirit beast bag did not contain any spirit beasts. Caw, 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 a rooster crowed loudly, and a rooster shrouded in demonic flames flew out of the spirit beast bag. It was a demon fire rooster. As soon as the demon fire rooster appeared, it pounced on the demon centipedes on the wall. With a peck, it ate a demon centipede. The demonic centipedes immediately retreated down the cliff like a receding tide. The centipedes were intelligent. Knowing that they were no match for the demonic fire rooster, they retreated immediately. However, the demonic fire rooster was incomparably ferocious. It directly chased after the centipedes. The demonic fire rooster swiped its claws, and several more centipedes were trampled under its claws. Then, the demonic fire rooster devoured them swiftly. Everyone was stunned to see the demonic fire rooster fighting the centipedes. Hei-Xiong was really amazing. Where did he find a demonic fire rooster? It was not easy to tame a demonic fire rooster. The demonic fire rooster was a phoenix species and had the bloodline of the demonic phoenix. Although the bloodline of the demonic phoenix was very thin, it was enough to make the demonic fire rooster a famous demonic bird. The underworld god and devil abyss was extremely strange and dangerous. If it wasn't for the demonic origin fruit, who would be willing to come to such a place? After the centipedes retreated, Hei-Xiong quickly waved his hand, and the demonic fire rooster flew back to him, and he kept it in his spirit beast bag. The group continued to climb down, and they did not encounter any more centipedes. However, the underworld god and devil abyss seemed to have no end. They had already climbed for hundreds of miles, but it was still pitch black and they could not see the bottom. Swish! At this time, there seemed to be a black shadow flashing through the hazy devil chi. Something is flying in the devil chi. The moon-shooting demon, Saint exclaimed. He was an archery demon saint, and those who cultivated the archery Tao had better eyesight than ordinary demon saints. Because of his strong eyesight, he could see clearly and shoot accurately. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The underworld god and devil abyss was filled with devil chi. Even Gu Fei could not see clearly what the black shadow that flashed through the devil chi was. However, soon another black shadow flashed and disappeared in the devil chi outside the cliff. What was that? I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. Everyone was bewildered. Chapter 4791. In the depths of the ancient battlefield remnant on Underworld God Island, a demonic abyss lay across the land. Not only did it split the entire ancient battlefield remnant into two, but it also separated most of Underworld God Island. This was the Underworld Divinity and Demon Abyss, an incomparably dangerous place. This was the legendary burial ground of pure-blooded true devils. Even eternal existences would die if they entered. Since ancient times, it was unknown just how many powerful devil cultivators the Tao Devil Abyss had devoured. The Nether Continent was the birthplace of the demons of Eternal World. The Underworld God Island was the legendary ancestral land of the ancient Devil Court, the lair of the pure-blood true devils. However, the pure-blood true devils on this island had gone extinct, leaving behind only countless legends about this island. There were peerless demonic treasures here, attracting countless demonic path powerhouses to explore. There were also righteous path people who came here to search for treasures, because not only were there demonic path treasures, but there were also immortal path treasures, god path treasures, and even demon path treasures. Legend had it that in ancient times the immortals, gods, humans, demons, and Buddhas had joined forces to attack Underworld God Island and annihilate the insufferably arrogant Devil Court. Countless immortals, gods, humans, demons, and Buddhas had died on Underworld God Island. Naturally, they had left behind countless treasures. However, Underworld God Island had a power that surpassed the eternal realm. Any powerful living being that entered Underworld God Island, even an eternal, would have their cultivation base suppressed to the sage level. The creatures on Underworld God Island were the same. They were all at the saint level. Countless people had once ascended Underworld God Island in search of treasures, but the vast majority of them had never returned. They had all died on the island. Only an extremely small number of people had managed to obtain peerless demonic treasures and become a hegemon of the demonic path. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already climbed over 100 li down the cliff. The bottom of the cliff was still pitch black. Even with Gu Fei's martial Dao Heavenly Eye, he couldn't see the bottom. Suddenly, huge black shadows appeared in the demonic abyss, which was filled with demonic qi. They looked like demonic dragons, spiraling in the demonic qi. "What is that?" The moon-shooting demon Saint exclaimed. "It's definitely not something good." White Bone Devil Saint said solemnly, "Who cares what he is? Go to hell." The moon-shooting demon sage drew his bow and fired 3 arrows at the same time towards the black shadow within the demonic aura. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but be moved. Swoosh! A black shadow broke through the demonic fog and charged at the moon-shooting demon sage. This is... When Gu Fei saw this thing, he immediately frowned. It was actually a giant centipede. On both sides of the centipede's feet, there were actually black wings. 12-winged demonic centipede? He Xiong exclaimed. Without hesitation, he opened the spirit beast bag and released the demonic fire rooster. However, compared to the 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede, the demonic fire rooster's size was too different. The soaring demonic centipede was like a huge dragon with sharp teeth and thick armor that was impervious to swords and spears. The flying demonic centipede was the perfect killing tool. As soon as the demonic fire rooster flew out, the soaring demonic centipede abandoned the moon-shooting demon sage and pounced at the demonic fire rooster. In the next moment, the demonic fire rooster actually grew to the size of a small mountain and directly engaged the soaring demonic centipede in battle. The rooster directly leaped onto the soaring demonic centipede's back, and with a single peck, it directly pecked a hole in the soaring demonic centipede's skull, causing black demonic blood to splatter. The soaring demonic centipede crashed into the cliff wall, but the demonic fire rooster's sharp claws were still holding on to the thick armor on the back of the soaring demonic centipede and pecked at its head. One had to admit that the rooster was really the centipede's nemesis. In a short while, the demonic fire rooster pecked the soaring demonic centipede's head into pieces. At this time, the demonic fire rooster pecked out the soaring demonic centipede's beast core and swallowed it. The 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede's corpse fell into the abyss and disappeared instantly. "Black Boss, where did you catch such a ferocious bird?" Fengji asked in surprise. The White Bone Devil Sage and the Moon-Shooting Devil Sage were also dumbfounded. Everything had its vanquisher. The thick armor on the soaring demonic centipede was something that even the Moon-Shooting Devil Sage's arrows couldn't penetrate. Even if they were to attack, it wouldn't be easy to kill this 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede. Gu Fei was watching the show from the side. This demonic fire rooster had the demonic phoenix bloodline. Although the bloodline was thin, there was a chance that it could evolve into a demonic phoenix. Of course, the chance was minuscule. There were no absolutes in this world. Even if it seemed impossible, it would often succeed. Even a pheasant could turn into a phoenix. Hee, I didn't catch it. I borrowed it. He Xiong laughed. Borrowed? Everyone was surprised. Who in the nether continent would rear such a demonic fire rooster? He Xiong didn't want to say more. But things weren't over yet. From the demonic mist outside the cliff wall, another 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede rushed out. This soaring demonic centipede was much bigger than the previous one. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the demonic fire rooster that had eaten the 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede became drowsy. He Xiong hurriedly put the demonic fire rooster back into the spirit beast pouch. He Xiong you! Everyone was shocked to see He Xiong keeping the demonic fire rooster. Only this demonic fire rooster could deal with the 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede. Caw, caw, caw! Another loud cry rang out. Then, another demonic fire rooster flew out from He Xiong's spirit beast pouch. Something's not right. Feng Ji and the rest realized that this demonic fire rooster was different from the previous one. Although it was still ferocious and pounced at the 12-winged soaring demonic centipede, its comb was different. This is a demonic fire rooster. It's a pair of male and female. If the rooster is around, so is the female. It won't be alone. He Xiong explained. I see. Feng Ji and the rest finally understood. The demonic fire rooster was also ferocious. It pounced on the 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede's back and pecked at it viciously. The demonic fire rooster's peck pierced through the soaring demonic centipede's incomparably thick carapace. The demonic fire rooster's sharp claws tore through the centipede's carapace. No matter how the 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede rolled and moved, it couldn't shake off the demonic fire rooster. In the end, the 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede's carapace was pecked out by the demonic fire rooster and swallowed. After the demonic fire rooster swallowed the 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede's carapace, the demonic fire rooster burned even more fiercely. Moreover, the demonic fire rooster didn't show any signs of drowsiness. Chapter 4792. In the depths of the underworld demon abyss, there was actually a 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede. This shocked Gu Fei and the rest. However, He Xiong already knew that there was such a demonic creature in the abyss. Hence, he went to borrow a male and a female demon fire rooster. Then, in this dark abyss, a spectacular scene of a rooster and a hen fighting a centipede played out. Even Gu Fei was amazed. After the demonic fire rooster killed a 12-winged, soaring demonic centipede, it raised its head and let out a loud cry. The demonic flames on the demonic fire rooster's body burned even brighter. At this moment, there was no longer a single demonic centipede in the surroundings. Of course, there were definitely more 12-winged, soaring demonic centipedes in the abyss. However, at this moment, be it the ordinary demonic centipedes or the powerful ones, they were all hiding. Those demonic centipedes sensed the demonic fire rooster's aura and hid far away, not daring to appear again. Gu Fei and the rest continued to climb down the abyss. He Xiong did not keep the demonic fire rooster back into the spiritual beast pouch. The demonic fire rooster shrunk to the size of a fist and sat on He Xiong's shoulder. With this demonic fire rooster, Gu Fei and the rest were not afraid of those demonic centipedes. What the hell? What's going on? He Xiong, how deep is this underworld demon abyss? When will we reach the bottom? White Bone Demon Sage said unhappily to He Xiong. Faster? Just jump down directly. He Xiong said unhappily. White Bone Demon Sage was speechless. If I dared to jump, would I still need to climb down slowly? Be careful. There might be great danger ahead. He Xiong suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. Among them, only He Xiong had been here before and knew a little about this place. If he said there was danger, then it must be true. Gu Fei focused his attention on the abyss and saw that the demonic aura was getting thicker. Even with his martial path heavenly eye, he could not see anything. This made him very depressed. One had to know that under normal circumstances, his god's eyes could see through all illusions. Nothing could hide from his heaven's eyes. Forget it. Do you think the saint-level magical beasts here can hurt me? Gu Fei didn't say anything and continued to climb down with He Xiong. They continued to climb down for more than 100 miles. At this time, demonic aura surrounded them, and within the demonic aura, many demonic shadows rapidly approached them. What is that? The moon-shooting demon saint exclaimed. At that moment, He Xiong put away the demonic fire hen rooster and threw a bolt of divine lightning at the demonic shadow that was rushing up from the demonic abyss. Boom! The divine thunder exploded, releasing a destructive power of extreme yang. This was not the devil thunder, but the most authentic pure yang divine thunder. This thing was the nemesis of demonic creatures. It directly exploded the countless black shadows that rushed up and scattered them in the void. Don't let these things touch you. He Xiong reminded everyone. Could it be the same thing as those strange demonic shadows on the Black Fire Ridge? Feng Ji said in surprise. It's similar and even more powerful. If we touch it, we will die. The last time we died here. He Xiong's expression was nervous. He was holding another pure yang divine thunder bead in his hand. He was fully prepared for this trip to the demonic abyss. These things are afraid of the pure yang energy. White bone demon, Saint exclaimed. That's right. He Xiong nodded. At this time, an incomparably sharp voice suddenly came from the bottom of the demonic abyss. The voice had a strong penetrating power, causing everyone's divine soul to tremble. At the same time, faint and illusory demonic shadows rushed up from the bottom of the demonic abyss. There were so many of them that it made everyone's skin go numb. Hey Xiong boss, we can't take it anymore. Why don't we retreat? The moon-shooting demon, Saint, was frightened. He Xiong threw out a handful of pure yang divine thunder beads. Thunderclaps shook the sky, and balls of thunder fire exploded in the midst of the strange demonic phantoms. The demonic phantoms directly dissipated in the void. When will this ever end? Gu Fei sighed. In the next moment, he jumped down into the demonic abyss. His body instantly surged with dazzling pure yang fire. This, He Xiong, and the others were stunned when they saw this. What happened? This Gu Hong fellow actually cultivated both immortal and demonic cultivation? Cultivating both immortal and demonic cultivation was nothing new in the eternal world. Even He Xiong thought that Gu Fei cultivated both immortal and demonic cultivation at the same time. When the immortal and demonic cultivation clashed with each other, his combat power would multiply. At this time, Gu Fei directly rushed down into the demonic abyss. Everywhere he passed, the strange demonic shadows turned into nothingness. He directly dove down into the demonic abyss. He was surrounded by strange demonic shadows. When these strange demonic shadows came into contact with the pure yang fire on his body, they turned into nothingness. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw a scene that caused even his expression to change. There was actually an ancient palace floating in the air below, and countless devilish figures were currently rushing out from it. The source of the demonic shadows was in this hall. Without hesitation, Gu Fei leaped up the steps of the hall. Woo woo! A low voice came from the hall. This was the sound-killing technique. If it was an ordinary demon saint, the sound wave would have shattered their essence spirit and killed them. Gu Fei stood outside the door of the hall, blocking the strange demonic shadows. Swoosh! At this time, a sharp claw directly reached out from the hall, grabbing at Gu Fei outside the door. This was not a demonic shadow, but a real demonic living being. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, a sword light rushed out from his body, directly slashing the demonic claw that reached out from the hall. In the next moment, a strange cry sounded from the hall. Then, a demonic shadow directly pounced out from the hall, pouncing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei instantly saw the appearance of this demonic shadow. This demonic shadow looked like an ape, but not an ape. It had a pair of long arms and was covered in black hair. This demonic shadow was incomparably ferocious. It was not even afraid of the pure yang fire on Gu Fei's body. It directly pounced towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei only slashed out with his sword. In an instant, the ferocious demonic shadow that pounced out from the hall was sliced into two. A particularly pungent smell of blood immediately pervaded the air. At this time, Gu Fei vaguely saw that there was a coffin in the hall. One after another, strange demonic shadows appeared from the coffin. At this time, the hall was filled with strange demonic shadows. Could it be that the demonic corpse in the coffin has turned into a corpse? Chapter 4793. At the bottom of the underworld divinity devil abyss, there was actually an ancient devil hall floating in the air. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. and he discovered that those strange devil shadows earlier were actually from a gigantic coffin within the devil hall. This caused Gu Fei to be even more shocked. One must know that the more powerful a person was, the more difficult it would be for their corpse to be preserved after their death. However, if the corpse was successfully preserved and underwent a corpse transformation, it would be troublesome. In the hall of the ancient devil hall, there was actually a coffin, and there were strange black shadows constantly coming out from the coffin. And with Gu Fei blocking the entrance, these strange shadows could not leave. Very soon, the devil hall was filled with people. Kill! Gu Fei's body trembled, and a powerful wave of pure yang energy erupted from his body, as though a divine sun had suddenly appeared in the world. Pure yang qi surged in all directions. Under the illumination of the divine sun, the strange demonic shadows were directly turned into nothingness. However, Gu Fei knew that as long as the devil coffin in the devil hall was still there, these strange shadows would not be truly destroyed. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei did not enter the devil hall, but he punched the devil coffin in the devil hall. Boom! In the next moment, a loud sound rang out. The devil coffin in the devil hall exploded, and a demonic shadow rushed out. Roar! The demonic shadow roared towards the sky, and the entire devil hall shook. It was terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. As expected, it was a corpse transformation. From head to toe, this fellow exuded a terrifying death aura. This was a corpse demon, and it was extremely powerful. Of course, no matter how powerful it was, this corpse demon's cultivation was still suppressed to the sage realm, infinitely close to the half-step extreme Tao. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that this corpse demon actually had an eternal devil body. This was a little difficult to deal with. It seemed like this corpse demon must have been an incredible devil Tao giant when it was alive. However, why was this demonic giant buried here after his death? The ancient devil hall floated in the air, enveloped by a strange energy. It didn't rise or descend. It was simply floating in the air. Why was this so? Was it intentional? Roar! At this moment, the corpse demon roared and pounced on Gu Fei, who was standing outside the main hall's entrance. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei threw a punch. Bam! His punch hit Shermo's chest and sent him flying back into the hall. After the corpse demon crawled up from the ground, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Countless specters in the hall actually flew into his mouth, and in an instant they were all devoured by him. The aura of death on the corpse demon's body grew stronger after devouring countless strange demonic shadows. Fellow Taoist Gu, what happened? At this time, He Xiong and the others also came down from the cliff. When they saw the ancient palace floating in the void, they were inexplicably shocked. What's going on? The palace of the ancient devil Tao Supreme? The demon sages were surprised and delighted, thinking that there was a peerless devil treasure in the ancient palace. However, when the corpse demon walked out of the hall, these guys were dumbfounded. Then they all ran away at the same time. The aura that erupted from the corpse demon was too shocking. Anyone who went up to it would definitely die. Therefore, this responsibility was naturally thrown to Gu Fei. If Gu Fei couldn't handle it, they would also have time to escape. The devil Tao people only cared about themselves. They didn't care about the life and death of others. Didn't He Xiong recruit these people to come to Underworld God Island to make use of them? White Bone Demon Sage and the others knew that they were being used, but they still came. This was because there was a peerless devil treasure on Underworld God Island, and they had a chance to obtain it. The corpse demon's ferocious aura filled the sky, and it once again pounced on Gu Fei. I have a sword that can split the sky. Gu Fei pointed with his right hand, and a dazzling sword light immediately appeared in front of him. He waved his hand, and the sword light instantly pierced through. However, the sword light directly collided with the corpse demon's body, and it only made a fist-sized hole in the corpse demon's armor. However, the powerful impact forced the charging corpse demon to take a few steps back. The corpse demon roared and rushed forward again. How could the power of a sage injure the eternal devil body of the demonic corpse? Gu Fei used the heaven-trampling steps and soared into the sky. Then he stomped down on the demonic corpse that was charging towards him. Violent energy surged out from his foot. Bam! Gu Fei's foot directly stepped on the corpse demon's head, and with a loud bang, half of the corpse demon's body sank into the ground. The corpse demon fiercely clawed at Gu Fei's right leg. Gu Fei once again soared into the sky, and then with a flip he landed in the distance. Ordinary attacks would not be able to kill this guy at all. The corpse demon directly climbed out of the ground and roared as it attacked Gu Fei. The corpse chi that erupted from its body seemed to have materialized. 2 blood-colored rays rushed out of its blood-colored pupils. Then I'll play with you. Gu Fei's competitive spirit was aroused, and he directly faced the corpse demon. Bam! 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 Gu Fei used the form transposition technique, and in an instant he heavily punched the corpse demon 3 times. The power of the great path contained in these 3 punches was of the sage level, but the pure power was far beyond that of the sage level. It should be known that Gu Fei had a genuine eternal martial body. These 3 punches, which were enough to destroy the primordial sacred mountain, directly smashed the corpse demon's armor and left 3 deep fist marks on the corpse demon's body. However, Gu Fei saw that the fist marks on the corpse demon's body were actually slowly disappearing. The demonic body's self-recovery ability was very strong. What the hell is this? White Bone Devil Saint saw this scene from afar and could not help but exclaim, "Monstrous death chi! This guy can't be a corpse demon that came out of the coffin, right?" Fengji stared at the figure, shrouded in devil chi, her eyes extremely sharp. Although this corpse demon was powerful, it did not seem to have any intelligence. It only knew simple attacks, either pouncing or clawing. Of course, if this guy clawed, even a pinnacle great sage would be torn to pieces. Seeing this, Gu Fei deliberately led the corpse demon to the cliff, and then he stood beside the cliff. Roar! The corpse demon directly pounced at Gu Fei. Gu Fei waited for the corpse demon to pounce on him, and suddenly used the form transposition technique, and instantly moved a few steps to the side. The corpse demon, which missed its target, directly fell down the cliff. That works. He Xiong and the others, who were watching from afar, were dumbfounded. Such a powerful corpse demon was actually killed by Gu Fei. Just like that, just when they had no time to rejoice, a sudden roar came from the bottom of the cliff, and the next moment, countless strange devil shadows rushed up from the bottom of the cliff. An endless aura of death filled every inch of the void. What? Chapter 4794. At the bottom of the abyss of the Underworld God on Underworld God Island, the peerless demonic corpse appeared and fought with Gu Fei. Fortunately, the demonic corpse's intelligence seemed to be faulty, and it was lured by Gu Fei to jump off the cliff. However, before He Xiong and the others could celebrate, countless strange demonic shadows rushed out from the bottom of the cliff. This is the legendary shadow demon doppelganger. He Xiong finally revealed the origin of these strange demonic shadows. The shadow demon was an ancient giant of the devil Tao, the supreme demon lord of the eternal realm. He did not expect to fall on Underworld God Island and be buried in the abyss of the Underworld God. Was the abyss of the Underworld God really the burial ground of the pure-blood demons? These strange demonic shadows originated from the shadow demon. As long as his eternal demon body was not destroyed, his demon body would automatically give birth to these strange demonic shadows. The strange demonic shadows would be attracted by the aura of living beings and would pounce on them. As long as they were pounced on by the strange demonic shadows, no matter what kind of living being they were, their essence, chi, and spirit would be instantly devoured by the demonic shadows, turning them into a dried corpse. Those with weak cultivation would even be instantly turned into dust when they were pounced on by the demonic shadows. Seeing the countless demonic shadows rushing out from the bottom of the cliff, Heixiong and the others were scared half to death. "Oh no, we're dead this time." The white bone demon saint's face was paler than a sheet of white paper, 9 suns illuminating the sky. Gu Fei let out a loud cry and actually displayed the Golden Crow clan's divine ability. 9 balls of divine light rushed out from his body, as if they had instantly turned into 9 divine suns, illuminating the heavens and earth. The billowing true yang qi spread out like raging waves. Under the illumination of the 9 divine suns, countless strange demonic shadows that rushed up from the bottom of the cliff turned into smoke and dissipated in the void. He's not a demon. Is he an expert of the Golden Crow clan? Heixiong and the others were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. This guy is very mysterious. The great demon saints were afraid of Gu Fei. At this time, there were still countless strange demonic shadows rushing up from the bottom of the cliff. However, without exception, all of them dissipated after being hit by the 9 suns qi. As for Gu Fei, he was like a true Yang Supreme descending to the mortal world. He directly leaped off the cliff, and the countless strange demonic shadows dissipated one after another. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the bottom of the cliff. After that, there were no more strange, demonic shadows charging at him. This Heixiong and the others hurriedly ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down. What they saw made them dumbfounded. Light shone from below as palaces after palaces floated in the air. Groups of armored figures stood in the palaces and arranged their soldiers into formations. Immortal light coiled about, and divine multicolored light illuminated the surroundings. This wasn't a demonic land at all. It was simply a heavenly palace. Heixiong and the rest were shocked to see such a scene in the underworld god and demon abyss. What happened? This white-bone demon sage's mouth was opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. Are we looking for devil treasures or immortal treasures? Feng Ji was also stunned. Underworld Continent was the domain of the demonic sects, and Underworld God Island was a forbidden ground for the demons. It was truly unbelievable that an immortal Dao heavenly palace would appear here. At this moment, Gu Fei actually used a huge cauldron to suck the horrifying corpse demon into the cauldron. After keeping the corpse demon, he directly rushed towards the largest palace in this heavenly palace. He could actually fly in the air within this heavenly palace. How can he fly? The demon sages were dumbfounded again. What the F***CK are you all standing there for? Let's go get the treasures. White Bone Demon Sage said as he directly jumped down. That's right. The other demon sages were also envious. There were definitely peerless immortal treasures in this heavenly palace. Although they were demons, if they could obtain peerless immortal treasures, it would be the same to exchange them for demonic treasures. Heixiong and the rest naturally did not want to fall behind, and they all jumped down. When they entered the heavenly palace-like world, they suddenly felt their bodies lighten, and the suppressive force on them disappeared. They all chased after Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the largest palace. Gu Fei used his martial path heavenly eye and saw that the entire palace was shrouded in dense Dao patterns. These were array patterns, and the entire palace was shrouded in layers of array patterns. This should be a small world. Moreover, it was already a miracle that this small world could appear in the underworld god and devil abyss. The owner of this small world must have been an extremely terrifying existence when he was alive. Because even though that person had fallen, the small world that he created did not collapse, and it still existed. Surpassed eternal realm? Gu Fei guessed that the owner of this small world was likely an existence that surpassed eternal realm, because in this small world, his cultivation was not suppressed. As soon as he entered this pocket world, His half-step eternal cultivation base was restored to its original state. With his current cultivation, he could kill He Xiong and the other demon sages with a snap of his fingers. Dao friend Gu, why don't you go in? He Xiong and the rest caught up. Ancient demon sage, White Bone, did not care that much and directly rushed forward. However, the next moment, the White Bone demon saint let out a blood-curdling scream. It was as though he had hit his head on an invisible wall and was sent flying back. There was a huge bump on his forehead, and he was in so much pain that he was tearing up. White Bone demon sage and the rest did not have Gu Fei's ability, and they could not see the countless array patterns hidden in the void in front of them. Demon. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. In the next moment, the two generals standing in front of the palace suddenly raised their heads, and two incomparably sharp divine lights rushed out of their eyes. Then heavy footsteps sounded, and the two generals actually passed through the layers of array patterns and walked out. The powerful pressure of an extreme Dao level erupted from the two generals. He Xiong and the rest immediately gave up. They had no choice but to give up. These two guys guarding the door were existences of the extreme Dao level. The pressure of the extreme Dao level erupted from the two generals, and He Xiong and the rest directly lay on the ground, trembling. The power of the extreme Dao was not something that a sage-level expert could contend with. Gu Fei waved his hand, and He Xiong and the rest were enveloped by a force, and in the next moment they were involuntarily sent flying out of this small world. At this time, Gu Fei and the two generals guarding the palace began fighting. With a slap, Gu Fei smashed one of the generals into pieces and directly killed him. Then, with a punch, he blasted another general into a bloody mist. Rumble! At this time, the entire immortal palace shook, and the army that formed the military formation suddenly came to life. Countless celestial soldiers and generals seemed to have recovered their vitality in an instant. This, Chapter 4795. In a small palace-like world below the underworld demon abyss, countless celestial soldiers and generals suddenly regained their vitality and charged towards He Xiong and the rest. This, He Xiong and the rest were shocked and immediately retreated out of the small world. When He Xiong and the rest retreated out of the small world, all the revived celestial soldiers and generals returned to their original positions as if they had never moved. How could this be? He Xiong and White Bone Demon Sage were dumbfounded. This is unfair. Taoist Gu is fine after entering, but we're doomed? Moon-shooting Demon Sage was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. There were definitely unimaginable immortal treasures in this small world, but none of them had anything to do with them because they did not dare to enter this small world. The awakened heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were too terrifying. Any random heavenly general could kill them directly. These heavenly generals were all at the extreme Dao level. At this time, Gu Fei started to break the protective array outside the Heaven Skill Center Hall. When he had triggered the array, he had been attacked by two extreme warlords. However, after he had killed the two extreme warlords, the small world had regained its peace. Gu Fei cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, and he could see through the void of heaven and earth with a single glance. He could find the flaws of any array with his martial path heavenly eye. Why, you still don't want to come out and meet me? Gu Fei suddenly said to the central hall on the opposite side. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh sounded, and then a faint and illusory figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a white-bearded old man. You're still breathing. Are you trying to scam me, or are you waiting for the fated one? Gu Fei used the martial path heavenly eye and could tell that this guy was just a remnant consciousness, not even a clone. It was just an undying remnant consciousness. Brat, how can you say that? The white-bearded old man was displeased, and he glared at Lin Fan. Isn't that so? If you're dead, then so be it. Why do you have to create so many things? Gu Fei said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Don't think that you're so awesome. You can see through me. but I can also see through you. Brat, you're not a native of this ever world, but an outsider, am I right? The white-bearded old man sneered. You can even see that. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was just a remnant will, but he could actually see through him. TSK, you dare to look down on me? When I, Hong Tian, roamed the eternal world, the world you lived in was probably still in a state of chaos. It hadn't been opened yet. The white-bearded old man said disdainfully. Hong Tian? Who was it? Never heard of it. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? You've never heard of me? How could anyone in the eternal world not have heard of me? I'm the invincible great emperor of the vast heavens. The white-bearded old man glared at Gu Fei. Keep bragging. Invincible great emperor? If you were really that awesome, would you have fallen in this underworld god and devil abyss? Gu Fei exposed his shortcomings without any mercy. You're really pissing me off. The white-bearded old man was really depressed. All right, why aren't you telling me how you managed to obtain this small world? Gu Fei was a little excited. This was a small world opened up by some great emperor of the vast heavens who had surpassed the eternal world. Sai, how about this? Worship me as your master, and you'll be the owner of this small world. How about it? The white-bearded old man sighed. This kid was not bad. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to keep this small world. It's that simple. Gu Fei didn't waste any time and knelt on the ground to pay his respects. The white-bearded old man was also stunned. This kid was too direct. He didn't even say anything. He should at least be a little pretentious. Forget it, this kid got lucky. Disciple greets master. Gu Fei smiled and got up from the ground. Forget it. The white-bearded old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Next, he jabbed with a finger and a beam of divine light shot into Gu Fei's glabella. Next, many things appeared within Gu Fei's mind. Back then, countless people had wanted to worship him as their master. It turned out that Grand Emperor Primordial Sky's claim of invincibility was not an exaggeration. He was once an invincible existence, a Grand Emperor of Eternal World. In the end, however, he died in battle on Nether God Island, taking down a pure-blooded demon emperor with him. The pure-blooded demon emperor was also known as an invincible, great emperor of the vast heavens. Back then, Nether God Island was the #1 demonic Tao force, a holy land for demons. However, after a world-shaking battle, Nether God Island was destroyed and Great Emperor of the vast heavens died in battle. All that was left behind was a small world and an indestructible remnant will. The white-bearded old man sent a great deal of information into Gu Fei's sea of wisdom. Next, the old man dissipated into nothingness. The remnant will of Great Emperor of the vast heavens had completed its task. There was no need for it to continue existing. By then, Great Emperor of the vast heavens was truly finished. As for Gu Fei, he had easily inherited everything here. The conversation between Gu Fei and the white-bearded old man was conducted through divine sense. Thus, He Xiong and the others had no idea what was going on. Great Emperor of the vast heavens hated demons the most. If He Xiong and the others had entered this small world, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals he had left behind would have mobilized to kill off the intruders. Gu Fei was neither a demon's nor a member of the demonic Tao. Thus, Great Emperor of the vast heavens had chosen him and allowed him to inherit everything here. I forgot to ask him where I can find the fusion Tao fruit. Gu Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Where did Taoist Gu go? He Xiong and the others were shocked when they saw this. By then, Gu Fei had already passed through the layers of arrays outside the central hall and entered the central hall. There were many powerful figures standing in the hall. These people all wore strangely shaped armor and held Tao weapons. There were more than 100 of them. These people had their eyes closed and stood there quietly. No one knew how long they had been standing there. It was as if they had been there since the beginning of time. Gu Fei walked through these people step by step and climbed onto the throne in the middle of the hall. He sat down on it. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei sat down on the throne, the hundreds of figures standing in the hall suddenly opened their eyes and knelt down in front of him. Greetings, Master. A wave of divine sense erupted from the figures at the same time. Haha. Chapter 4796. The vast heavenly emperor was a peerless expert who suppressed an era. After obtaining his inheritance, Gu Fei finally had a chance to surpass the eternal realm and become a supreme existence like the vast heavenly emperor. Of course, it was still too early for this to happen, as Gu Fei's cultivation had yet to recover to the eternal realm. However, the inheritance of the vast heavenly emperor allowed him to see something even higher than the eternal realm, because it proved one thing: surpassing the eternal realm was possible, and not just a fantasy. The vast heavenly emperor was a successful example. At this time, Gu Fei also learned one thing. That was, if he didn't want to be suppressed by the power surpassing the eternal realm on Underworld God Island, then his cultivation would have to reach the same realm as the vast heavenly emperor. Because the power of the vast heavenly emperor could contend against the power of the devil path on Underworld God Island. The entire vast heaven realm was the inheritance of the vast heavenly emperor. After Gu Fei refined the vast heaven realm, he obtained the vast heaven treasure mirror left behind by the vast heavenly emperor. The vast heavenly emperor's lifelong knowledge was recorded in the vast heaven treasure mirror. Gu Fei directly put the vast heaven treasure mirror into his dantian and nourished it with the heaven and earth, grand mist, chi day and night. With his current half-step eternal realm cultivation, he could only open a small part of the vast heaven treasure mirror. However, even just a small part of the vast heaven treasure mirror was enough to captivate him. All kinds of supreme divine arts were too attractive. One of them was the Qi observation technique, a supreme spirit technique used to search for spiritual treasures. After cultivating this spirit technique, Gu Fei could tell whether there were treasures in a place with just a glance. Wasn't he looking for the Tao fusion fruit? Gu Fei directly cultivated the Qi observation technique. Fortunately, this spirit technique wasn't that complicated. If he used it together with his martial Tao heavenly eye, he would get twice the result with half the effort. After cultivating for half a day, he had basically mastered this spirit technique. Shua! When he reappeared in the outside world, He Xiong and the others were still looking around on the cliff. They didn't dare to go down into the devil abyss. Fellow Taoist Gu, what happened just now? He Xiong asked directly. I don't know either. Just now, I seemed to have entered a void space. Now I suddenly came out. I don't know what happened either. Gu Fei said. It was impossible for him to tell these guys that he had obtained the inheritance of Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor. This was his biggest trump card, and only he knew about it. So that's how it is. That should be space-time turbulence. We must all be extremely careful. Not everyone is as lucky as fellow Gu. He Xiong said in realization. I say, Black Boss, where is the demon origin fruit you were talking about? That's right. We've already entered deep into the demonic abyss, but we haven't even seen the shadow of the demonic origin fruit. The other demon saints were getting impatient. If my guess is correct, the demon origin fruit should be down there. He Xiong muttered. Last time, they had taken the risk to enter Underworld God Island because they had obtained a treasure map. However, when they encountered the strange demonic shadow, they were almost completely annihilated, and only He Xiong survived. This time, not only had they passed the trial of the demonic shadow, but the trial of the Sky Palace had also disappeared. Not far below should be the place where the demon origin fruit was. The place where the demon origin fruit is located is called the demon blood pool. Everyone be careful, He Xiong warned. Of course, who would dare to be careless in a place like this? The moon-shooting demon saint said angrily. Out of the 10 of them, only 5 of them were left. They had lost half of their team, and they didn't know if more of them would die. Then let's continue. What are we waiting for? Gu Fei said. He had used the aura observation art to take a look and saw treasure chi rushing out from several places not far below. The so-called treasure chi was actually demonic chi, the aura of demonic treasures. Let's continue. Everyone continued to climb down. At this time, Gu Fei was no longer suppressed by the power of Underworld God Island. Because he had refined the Hongtian realm, he could use the Hongtian realm's power to resist the power of Underworld God Island. In this way, he was invincible on Underworld God Island. His martial, Dao Heavenly, I swept down and saw through the layers of demonic fog. A bubbling blood pool appeared in his eyes. This should be the demon blood pool. The demon blood pool wasn't very big, but there were countless white skeletons rolling around in it, exuding a boundless demonic aura. Not far from the demon blood pool, there were several demonic trees growing on the cliffs. On the trees, there were more than a dozen black fruits the size of an adult's fist. Were these the demon origin fruits? Although Gu Fei could see everything below, He Xiong and the others couldn't. There didn't seem to be any danger down there. Even if there was danger, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid. After all, he had a half-step eternal cultivation base. On Underworld God Island, the cultivation base of all living beings was suppressed to the sage level. So, how could there be any demonic creatures on Underworld God Island that could threaten Gu Fei? He directly jumped down, and his figure instantly disappeared into the demonic fog below. This, He Xiong and the others were dumbfounded. Was this guy a fool? He actually dared to jump down the cliff. At this time, Gu Fei had directly descended to the cliff where the demon blood pool was located. The demonic aura that erupted from the blood pool was too strong. Perhaps the demon origin fruits on the cliff had been infected by the demon blood pool's overflowing demon Dao essence, which was why they were born. Taking advantage of the fact that He Xiong and the others had not come down, Gu Fei immediately plucked 7 or 8 of the best demon origin fruits, leaving only 6 for He Xiong and the others. Demon blood pool, demon origin fruits, I've struck it rich. When He Xiong and the others arrived, they were directly shocked by what they saw. The demon blood in the demon blood pool contained a strong demonic essence. The white bone devil actually took out a jade bottle and directly stored the demonic liquid in the demon blood pool. Just as the white bone devil was storing the demonic liquid, a blood-colored demonic shadow suddenly rushed out of the demon blood pool, directly entangled the white bone devil, and then pulled him into the demon blood pool. Roar! Save me! After falling into the demon blood pool, the flesh and blood of the white bone devil actually melted. In just a few breaths, the white bone devil turned into a skeleton and died. What? When the crowd saw this, they were all stunned. Even Gu Fei was shocked. He actually did not sense the existence of a demonic creature in the demon blood pool. It was a scarlet blood devil bone python. Seeing the white bone devil die so tragically, He Xiong and the others immediately distanced themselves from the demon blood pool, not daring to approach. Chapter 4797. No one had expected such a big guy to be hiding in the demon blood pool. The scarlet blood devil bone python was dozens of meters long. Although its body was made of bones, its bones were at the extreme Dao level. Every bone exuded a powerful demonic aura. The white bone demon sage was unlucky. He had thought that there was no danger around the demon blood pool and the demon origin fruits, but he had actually tried to collect the demon blood in the demon blood pool. Hence, he was unlucky. The scarlet blood devil bone python naturally did not dare to attack Gu Fei. It should be noted that Gu Fei was no longer suppressed by the power of Underworld God Island. The fiendish python could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Gu Fei's body. Therefore, when Gu Fei arrived, it could only hide in the demon blood pool obediently, not daring to come out. But because this devil python's aura had fused with the devil blood pool, even Gu Fei, a half-step eternal existence, couldn't sense its existence. The demonic power contained in the demon blood pool was extremely powerful, especially the bubbling demon blood. It had a strong corrosive power that could even corrode a demon sage's body. Soon, the white bone demon sage's skeleton was corroded. Even a sage-level demon bone could not be preserved in the demon blood pool. Seeing this, He Xiong and the others could not help but take a few steps back. Hurry up and pick the demon origin fruits, then retreat. He Xiong shouted at the moon-shooting demon sage. The moon-shooting demon sage hurriedly rushed to the demon origin fruits on the cliff. None of them had expected that Gu Fei had already picked the demon origin fruits once. The 6 that remained were the weakest ones. The moon-shooting demon sage saw that some of the branches on the demon origin tree had been picked, but he did not think too much about it. He picked the 6 demon origin fruits and retreated. At this time, Gu Fei had completely concealed his aura. Swoosh! Suddenly, a blood shadow rushed out of the demon blood pool and pounced at the moon-shooting demon sage. The python could not sense any threatening aura, so it went all out. He Xiong, save me! The moon-shooting demon sage rushed at He Xiong. Damn, aren't you trying to trick me? Seeing this, He Xiong immediately turned around and fled. The others also fled in all directions, including Gu Fei. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was Gu Fei's strength. He Xiong, the moon-shooting demon saint, Feng Ji, and of course, Gu Fei were thrown into chaos by the scarlet blood demon bone python. Bam! The scarlet blood devil bone python caught up to the moon-shooting demon sage and sent him flying. He slammed into the rock wall and rolled on the ground. Wow! Moon-shooting demon saint coughed out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! The scarlet blood devil bone python charged towards the moon-shooting demon sage. Boss He, the demon origin fruit, is with me. If you don't save me, the demon origin fruit will be finished. The moon-shooting demon saint sent out a wave of divine will. Damn it! He Xiong and Feng Ji had no choice but to charge at the scarlet blood demon bone python with all their might, especially He Xiong, who had gone all out. Devil thunder directly smashed towards the devil bone python. This was the immortal-slaying devil thunder. Even if a great demon saint was hit by it, his soul would scatter and scatter instantly. However, He Xiong was dumbfounded when the incredibly powerful immortal-slaying devil thunder only managed to stop the scarlet blood devil bone python for a moment. At that moment, a deafening cry was heard. A demonic phoenix appeared in the void and pounced at the devil bone python. The devil bone python sprang up from the ground and started fighting the demonic phoenix. Gu Fei watched from the side and had no intention of making a move. Bam! The demonic bone python sent the demonic phoenix flying. The demonic phoenix dissipated and turned into a demonic bead that fell into Feng Ji's hand. The moon-shooting demon saint took the opportunity to flee. However, he had the demon origin fruit with him. Hence, the devil bone python had its eyes on him. After sending the demonic phoenix flying, the devil bone python chased after the demonic phoenix. Go to hell! The moon-shooting demon saint flipped his right hand, and a demonic bow appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the moon-shooting demon saint fired 3 arrows at the same time. Each arrow landed on the devil bone python's body. However, the devil bone python's body was not damaged at all. Could it be an extreme Tao-grade bone body? The moon-shooting demon saint was really scared now. How was he supposed to deal with the devil bone python that possessed an extreme Tao-grade bone body? Kill! He Xiong attacked frantically. Countless electric sparks erupted from his body. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into a terrifying thunder demon. With a wave of his hand, a large area of demonic lightning blasted on the devil bone python. However, this level of attack was like scratching an itch to the devil bone python that possessed an extreme Tao-grade bone body. At most, it could only slow down its movement speed. Moreover, the devil bone python's movement speed was too fast. In just a flash, it had already entangled the moon-shooting demon saint. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the moon-shooting demon saint's body. His entire body was strangled to the point where he no longer looked human. However, he was still alive. A terrifying scene took place. The moon-shooting demon saint's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, all that was left of the archer demon saint was a skeleton wrapped in human skin, its absorbing spirit essence. He Xiong was extremely shocked when he saw this. Thunder demon He Xiong was also a formidable figure. Among the demon saints, there were very few who could rival him. However, he felt powerless against this devil bone python that completely ignored his attacks. Dark demon flame. Feng Ji was furious. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of natal demon flame. As soon as the demon flame appeared, the temperature in the void plummeted. Not only did the demon flame not emit any heat, but it also exploded with a shocking chill. The demon flame instantly enveloped the devil bone python that was entangled with the moon-shooting demon saint. Feng Ji, the moon-shooting demon saint was not completely dead. However, as soon as he was burned by the dark demon flame, his spirit was directly annihilated in the demon flame. A bag fell from the moon-shooting demon saint's body. This was the bag that the moon-shooting demon saint had used to store the demon origin fruits. It was unknown what kind of leather was used to refine this bag, but the powerful, dark demon flame could not burn it at all. Demon origin fruits? He Xiong reached out his right hand and grabbed the bag that had fallen on the ground. The bag containing the demon origin fruit immediately flew towards him, and he caught it in his hand. Ha ha! He Xiong laughed heartily and flew up the cliff. This fellow had risked his life to enter the underworld god island, so he immediately fled. Moreover, he wanted to take all the demon origin fruits in the bag for himself. He Xiong, you bastard! The dark demon flame erupted with a strange chill. Although it was still unable to do anything to the devil bone python that possessed the ultimate Dao bone body, it was able to slow down the devil bone python. When Feng Ji saw that He Xiong had snatched the bag and fled, she immediately chased after him. The two figures disappeared from the cliff in an instant. Gu Fei looked at this scene coldly, but he did not make a move. They were just two little fellows. He would look for them later to play with them. Just as he was about to dive deeper into the devil abyss, the devil bone python shook off the dark demon flame on its body and pounced toward him. You're courting death. Chapter 4798. After killing the scarlet blood demonic bone python with a single punch, Gu Fei immediately activated his martial path heavenly eye. The martial path heavenly eye pierced through the void, peering into the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. The moment it appeared, he could see everything within 1,000 miles of the demonic abyss. Of course, 1,000 miles was only a small part of the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. However, Gu Fei could see 5 places where treasure aura was rising. One of the places was filled with treasure aura that even affected the surrounding weather. He Xiong and Feng Ji had left the underworld divinity and demon abyss. Only Gu Fei, who had obtained the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor's Hong Tian world, dared to continue searching for treasures in the underworld divinity's abyss. In fact, the demon blood pool also contained a large amount of demonic qi. However, Gu Fei had obtained the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor's inheritance, so how could he be interested in a small demon blood pool? Now he only wanted to obtain the Dao fusion fruit and fully recover his eternal rank cultivation. Without hesitation, Gu Fei jumped into the demonic abyss. At this time he could already fly in the void, even in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. One had to know that the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor's power was comparable to the power of the underworld divinity island. Swish! Just as Gu Fei was about to descend, a series of black shadows rushed out from the cliff and pounced at Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. They were flying demon, scorpions the size of millstones. Ha ha! Gu Fei laughed heartily. In the next moment, Countless sword lights flew out from his body and slashed at the flying demon scorpions. Then, a rain of demon scorpions fell from the sky. The smell of blood spread out, and terrifying roars came from everywhere in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. The terrifying demonic creatures hiding in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss were all alarmed. The demonic creatures in the underworld divinity and demonic abyss were definitely the most terrifying demonic creatures on the underworld divinity and demonic abyss. However, even the strongest demonic creatures on the underworld divinity island wouldn't exceed the sage rank. Soon, the countless soaring devil scorpions that pounced at Gu Fei were all killed by his sword chi, and not a single one was spared. However, as Gu Fei continued to fly down, he saw a place where the aura of treasures was rising. It was actually shrouded in a layer of demonic light, like a giant demonic egg. What is this? Having obtained the vast heaven monarch's legacy, Gu Fei had gained some confidence. Naturally, he was curious about what it was. He grabbed at the rock wall with his right hand, and a large rock immediately flew towards him and landed in his hand. Then he threw it at the demonic egg-like object below. When the boulder hit the layer of demonic light, it disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei's martial Tao heavens, I could clearly see that the boulder he had thrown had actually penetrated the layer of demonic light and entered the void behind it. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a possibility and couldn't help but feel shocked and expectant. Could it be that the guy whom Grand Emperor Vast Heaven didn't hesitate to perish together with his life still be alive? He had obtained the memory of a remnant consciousness of Grand Emperor Vast Heaven, and he knew that the pure-blooded demon ancestor whom Grand Emperor Vast Heaven had killed with his life was called Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. Gu Fei was very careful. He pondered for a moment, and the next moment, a divine consciousness rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into another Gu Fei. This Gu Fei took a step and instantly arrived in front of the giant demonic egg. This was a divine consciousness incarnation, and it could use 20 to 30% of Gu Fei's strength, which was enough to easily kill a sage rank expert. Swoosh! Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation directly passed through the layer of demonic light and entered the demonic egg. And Gu Fei's real body was sitting cross-legged in the void. It was very strange that no demonic creature dared to approach the demonic egg. Indeed, when Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation entered the demonic egg really did contain a world, and it was a demonic sky. This demonic sky was definitely the opposite of the Grand Emperor Vast Heaven's Hongtian realm. Because this demonic sky lacked vitality, demonic chi was spewing everywhere, and volcanoes were scattered all over this demonic sky. What the volcanoes spewed was not fire, but demonic chi. When Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation entered this demonic sky, a powerful demonic consciousness instantly enveloped his divine consciousness incarnation. Boom! Gu Fei's divine consciousness incarnation directly exploded. This was the legendary explosion on the spot. Outside the demonic sky, Gu Fei's real body, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes when he felt his divine consciousness incarnation being destroyed. As expected, Gu Fei directly rushed into the demonic sky. Puny human, how dare you disturb this emperor's slumber? Damn it! A demonic consciousness was transmitted into Gu Fei's mind. Just as Gu Fei rushed into the demonic sky, a figure appeared silently outside the demonic sky. This person was actually a woman. To be able to enter the underworld god island and enter the underworld god demon abyss, this woman was naturally no ordinary person. Hee. This little fella sure knows how to cause trouble. Seems like I'll be able to have some fun. The mysterious woman's figure disappeared into the void without a trace. Rumble! At this moment, the entire demonic sky shook violently. The ground cracked open as an arm reached out from the ground. This was an arm covered in black scales. Monstrous demonic chi burst out from the arm, and one terrifying demonic shadow after another appeared around the arm. Suddenly, a gigantic figure broke out of the ground and sat up. An extremely terrifying demonic aura burst forth from this demonic body. The entire demonic sky became extremely unstable. Tisk, it's just a crippled demon emperor. Gu Fei sneered. This demon emperor was indeed the Hong Tian heavenly emperor's opponent in the past, the ancient netherworld demon emperor. However, he could clearly sense that although the ancient netherworld demon emperor looked strong on the surface, he was only equivalent to an eternal realm demon ancestor, with the Hong Tian realm in his hands. Why would he be afraid of an eternal realm demon ancestor? In the West Sea of the Celestial Continent, he had even killed the old ancestor of the martial extreme immortal sect. You, the demon emperor, was enraged as he stood up. The demon emperor stepped on the ground with his head in the sky. He was simply many times taller than the primordial demon mountain. The ancient netherworld demon emperor was a ferocious and mighty demon emperor of the generation. He was a pure-blooded demon and an overlord of the devil Tao. Blood-colored demonic light shot out from his blood-red eyes as he breathed in and out endless demonic qi. He lifted his right leg and stomped down on Gu Fei. "Ha, aren't you afraid of stepping on a nail?" Gu Fei laughed loudly. He directly rushed into the sky and punched upwards. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's punch directly hit the sole of the ancient netherworld demon emperor's foot. The extremely violent fist energy directly shook the ancient netherworld demon emperor and forced him to take a step back. How is this possible? Chapter 4799. The fact that ancient netherworld demon emperor was still alive shocked Gu Fei. That's because the Hong Tian heavenly emperor had sacrificed his life to perish together with this guy. Although the Hong Tian heavenly emperor had died, this guy was still alive. Gu Fei had obtained the inheritance of the Hong Tian heavenly emperor. Therefore, the Hong Tian heavenly emperor was equivalent to his master. This enmity of killing his master had to be avenged. Gu Fei's body flickered and instantly became as tall as the ancient netherworld demon emperor. Kill! Without any nonsense, Gu Fei directly rushed towards the ancient netherworld demon emperor. His first move was the extreme breaking fist. The horrifying fist energy was like 100,000 true suns exploding at the same time. It rushed towards the ancient netherworld demon emperor with unstoppable momentum. What? The ancient netherworld demon emperor was shocked and angered. In the past, he had fought with the Hong Tian heavenly emperor. The battle had caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. In the end, even the underworld god island had been turned into ruins. The Hong Tian heavenly emperor had fallen, and the heaven and earth mourned for him. However, the ancient netherworld demon emperor had barely survived. However, the ancient netherworld demon emperor had suffered unimaginable damage. His demon body, which was known as the invincible devil body, had been crippled by the Hong Tian heavenly emperor. Even his divine soul had been mostly destroyed. After countless years of recuperation, he had recovered with great difficulty. However, the speed of recovery was too slow. Only at this moment did he recover to the eternal realm. Compared to when he was at his peak, there was still a huge gap between them. Preposterous! A puny ant dares to compete with this emperor? The ancient netherworld demon emperor roared and also punched out. Rumble! The entire devil sky trembled. Spatial cracks appeared in the void between the heaven and earth. It seemed as if the entire world was about to collapse. The punch from the ancient netherworld demon emperor had directly aroused the power of the devil Tao in the entire world. Boom! The two fists collided, and in the next moment, a terrifying force exploded. Ancient netherworld demon emperor's world directly exploded, and the terrifying demonic power destroyed everything, obliterating the void and directly submerging Gu Fei in this destructive power. This part of the world turned into primal chaos, and the ancient netherworld demon emperor also hid within the primal chaos. Humph! Gu Fei split the chaos with a punch and directly attacked ancient netherworld demon emperor. Kill! Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld was enraged. With a single punch, a huge hole appeared in the primal chaos. It was as if a single punch could open up a world. The two experts started fighting in the primal chaos. In the end, they killed their way out of the primal chaos and arrived at the underworld god and devil abyss. The power of the nether divine abyss could not suppress the power of the ancient netherworld demon emperor. This shocked Gu Fei. This was the first time he had seen a demon that could ignore the power of the eternal demon abyss. The void of the eternal world was much more stable compared to the demonic sky created by the ancient netherworld demon emperor. Even an eternal level existence would find it hard to cause much damage to the eternal world. The two experts fought endlessly in the nether divine abyss. Terrifying power fluctuations spread out in all directions. Everywhere they went, the incomparably hard mountain rocks would be shattered. Huge craters appeared on the walls of the demon abyss. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions kept ringing out. Gu Fei was like a peerless war emperor, fighting head-on against the ancient netherworld demon emperor. It was a head-on clash. One step to heaven, Gu Fei disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already above the ancient netherworld demon emperor's head. Then he stomped down with his foot. This foot seemed to trample the entire world under his foot. It was domineering to the extreme. Rumble! The void trembled slightly. What? The ancient netherworld demon emperor was both shocked and angry. When the other party's foot landed, he had no place to hide. He could only fight head-on. As long as he retreated, he would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. He couldn't retreat. Your foot tramples the world, my fist shatters the sky. The ancient netherworld demon emperor roared. His right fist blasted upward like a cannonball. A phantom of a demonic dragon rushed out from his fist and pounced straight at Gu Fei. Rumble! The two supreme forces collided together, causing a shocking sound to erupt. Transparent spatial ripples appeared in the surrounding void. The ancient netherworld demon emperor's ancient netherworld demon dragon fist, which had transformed into the phantom of the ancient netherworld demon dragon, directly collapsed in the void. The ancient netherworld demon emperor fell from the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and a huge crater was formed on the incomparably hard ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. At this time, neither Gu Fei nor the ancient netherworld demon emperor used their worldly aspect to fight. That was because using the worldly aspect in the eternal world would consume a lot of quintessential essence. Gu Fei was blasted high into the sky by the ancient netherworld demon emperor's punch. I need to find a helper. He directly opened the Hong Tian realm. In the next moment, one of the generals in the Hong Tian realm suddenly opened his eyes. Then, holding a saber in his hand, he rushed out of the Hong Tian realm. Ancient netherworld, you are still alive? The moment that general rushed out of the Hong Tian realm, he directly sensed the existence of the ancient netherworld demon emperor. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power erupted from the body of that general. Immortal Wu Ji, the ancient netherworld demon emperor, rushed out of the crater on the ground. When he saw that general, he immediately exclaimed. Immortal Wu Ji was the #1 general under the great emperor of the Hong Tian realm. In the war back then, countless demons had died in his hands. He was a terrifying god of death. Immortal Wu Ji was not suppressed by the power of the underworld divine demon abyss. He directly erupted with peak eternal realm battle power and charged at the ancient netherworld demon emperor. Wong! The demon extinction saber in his hand fiercely slashed down at the ancient netherworld demon emperor, who was rushing up from below. Shua! The saber light soared tens of millions of zhang and instantly descended on the top of the ancient netherworld demon emperor's head. Roar! The ancient netherworld demon emperor bellowed. In the next moment, a demonic diagram rushed out from his body and blocked the demon extinction saber. Crack! Wu Jixian's devil-vanquishing saber actually managed to leave a 1-foot-long gash on the demonic diagram. What? Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld's shock was no small matter. Immortal Wu Ji's saber light continued to descend. In the next moment, demonic blood splattered everywhere. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's left shoulder actually suffered a blow, and he immediately retreated. Immortal Wu Ji's war saber could actually injure the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he immediately became spirited. The #1 war god under the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor was not an exaggeration. At this moment, Immortal Wu Ji's attack succeeded, and he immediately attacked again. The saber light illuminated the heaven and earth, dispersing the demonic energy in the surroundings. The other demonic creatures in the underworld, divine demon abyss, had already fled, and no demonic creatures dared to stay. Clang! Demon Venerable Ancient Netherworld finally used his weapon. He raised a spear and blocked Immortal Wu Ji's mighty and invincible saber. Chapter 4800. At the bottom of the underworld divinity and demonic abyss, a war between immortals and demons broke out. Wu Jixian was the most capable general under Great Emperor Vast Sky. His cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the eternal realm. Now that he had reappeared, he was able to force ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor to retreat. Saber Chi rampaged, and ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's demonic blood kept spilling out. This was the demonic blood of a demonic body that had surpassed the eternal realm. Every drop contained a huge amount of demonic chi. If such a drop of demonic blood appeared in the human realm or heavenly realm, it would directly destroy the entire world. Fortunately, this was the eternal world, and on the underworld God Island. This was the lair of ancient, pure-blooded demons. When ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's demonic blood fell on the ground, it was absorbed by the earth and disappeared without a trace. Haha, fun, fun. At this time, no one noticed that in the distant void, a veiled woman was riding a demonic dragon, watching this wonderful show. Clang! Wu Jixian roared, and the saber in his hand collided with ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's spear. Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was sent flying again. He was unwilling to accept this. If he was at his peak, he could have killed Wu Jixian with a slap. But now, Demon Emperor had really fallen to the ground and was being bullied by this little guy from the immortal Tao. Ancient Netherworld, hand over your life. Wu Jixian brandished his saber and attacked ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. Gu Fei had no intention of taking action. This Wu Jixian should be able to deal with the current ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. After all, ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's injuries were too serious. Even after countless years of recuperation, ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was still very weak. Facing an existence like Wu Jixian, who was at his peak, it was already good enough that he was not killed. Boom! Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld slammed into the stone wall, creating a huge crater in the wall. Go to hell! Wu Jixian gripped his saber tightly with both hands and slashed at the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. The extremely sharp saber chi instantly left a long saber mark on the rock wall. This slash contained all of Wu Jixian's power. Wherever the saber light passed, an earth-shattering scream resounded. Demonic blood spurted out and an arm flew off. At the same time, a battle spear shot out from the crater like a demonic lightning and directly pierced through Wu Jixian's left shoulder. Wu Jixian was sent flying several miles away by the demonic spear. He grabbed the demonic spear with his right hand and pulled it out. Blood splattered everywhere. At this time, the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor slowly walked out of the pit on the cliff. His hair was messy, his face was ferocious, and one of his arms was missing. It turned out that Wu Jixian had chopped off the right arm of Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld. Preposterous! I want you dead! The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was furious to the extreme. 2 blood-red rays rushed out of his blood-red eyes, and his whole body was surrounded by demonic flames. He was burning his own demonic yuan. This was a secret technique of the pure blood demons to burn their demonic yuan. It allowed their cultivation and combat power to soar. The ancient netherworld demon emperor seemed to have recovered to his peak state. The right arm that had been chopped off was also rapidly recovering. The flesh and bones were growing again. In just an instant, the ancient netherworld demon emperor's right arm had completely recovered. Boom! The ancient netherworld great emperor took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Wu Jixian. Without any hesitation, he punched at Wu Jixian. Like a raging sea, the fist energy directly collided with Wu Jixian. Wu Jixian was blasted away. There was no suspense. He was already coughing out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Damn it! Wu Jixian landed on the ground. He staggered and almost fell. The demon extinction saber in his hand was still firmly grasped in his hand. Kill! 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 The ancient netherworld demon emperor seemed to have fallen into madness. His blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust. He directly rushed towards Wu Jixian. The ground under his feet cracked. He was incomparably ferocious. Wu Jixian had forced the ancient netherworld demon emperor to use the secret technique of the pure blood demons. He did not hesitate to consume his natal demonic yuan to stimulate the potential in his body. However, the secret technique of burning blood of the pure blood demons could raise their combat power to an unimaginable level in a short period of time. However, the after effects were unbearable for the ancient netherworld demon emperor. Even if he could kill Wu Jixian, there would be a huge problem with his body. His countless years of effort would be wasted. It was impossible for the ancient netherworld demon emperor to recover his cultivation and become the peerless demon emperor. One could well imagine how much the ancient netherworld demon emperor hated Wu Jixian. With the support of the secret technique of burning blood, the ancient netherworld demon emperor's strength had reached an unimaginable level. With another punch, the devil's extinction saber in Wu Jixian's hand was sent flying. Wu Jixian was sent flying again. He had suffered serious injuries. Preposterous! Wu Jixian was also furious. His master, the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor, had died in the hands of this guy. His master had done him a great favor. He had to take revenge. However, the ancient netherworld demon emperor was really terrifying. He had lost 90% of his life, but he was still so powerful. In the past, during the battle of the underworld god island, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. A peerless great emperor's sword almost split the entire underworld god island in half. This was the origin of the underworld god demon abyss. Gu Fei had obtained some of the memories of the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor. He knew that there was more than one great emperor who had participated in the battle. The Hongtian Heavenly Emperor and the ancient netherworld demon emperor had perished together. However, the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor had died, while the ancient netherworld demon emperor was still alive. This was absolutely something that no one could have imagined. Seeing that Wu Jixian was about to be beaten to death, Gu Fei had no choice but to take action. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound resounded. The earth cracked, and a giant snake rushed out from the ground. It swallowed the ancient netherworld demon emperor, who was charging towards Wu Jixian aggressively. This Gu Fei was dumbfounded. What the F***CK? This was really a turn of events. Was this even possible? The appearance of the devil python caused the entire underworld god demon abyss to change color. Blood-colored devil lightning descended from the sky, wreaking havoc in the underworld god demon abyss. The unlucky demonic creatures that were struck by the blood-colored devil lightning were directly destroyed in body and soul. Some of the more powerful demonic creatures could only resist 3 or 4 devil lightning bolts before dying tragically. Even Gu Fei had to avoid these devil lightning bolts. As for Wu Jixian, he was directly sucked into the Hongtian realm by Gu Fei to recuperate. Within the Hongtian realm, there were more than 100,000 immortal soldiers and immortal generals. This was Gu Fei's trump card. However, When the terrifying blood-colored devil lightning struck the body of the giant snake, it actually couldn't hurt it in the slightest. Moreover, the blood-colored devil lightning seemed to be targeting the giant snake. However, the giant snake was bathed in the blood-colored devil lightning and was actually devouring the essence of the devil lightning. What is this thing? Gu Fei was truly frightened. This giant snake was incomparably huge, like a mountain ridge. It coiled on the ground and emitted an incomparably shocking aura. Chapter 4801. The emergence of the giant snake caused a vast amount of demonic energy, shaking the heavens and earth. Blood-colored, demonic thunder descended from the sky one after another, directly bombarding the giant snake's body. However, the giant snake simply ignored the terrifying demonic thunder. At this time, the incomparably huge demonic snake had already discovered Gu Fei. The giant snake directly swung its tail, directly whipping towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, he directly rushed into the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, rocks flew everywhere. The place where Gu Fei originally stood was directly smashed by the tail of the demonic snake, leaving a deep pit, and the surrounding ground also cracked. Heaven-treading step, one step into the sky. Gu Fei directly displayed his trump card. With a flash, he appeared in the sky above the demon snake and stomped his foot down on the demon snake's head. Boom! The power of heaven-treading step erupted from under Gu Fei's feet, directly stepping on the head of the demonic snake, which was even bigger than a mountain. With a loud noise, the ground shook and dust flew everywhere. Gu Fei's foot directly trampled the hideous triangular head of the demonic snake into the ground. At the same time, a demonic light suddenly rushed out of the abdomen of the demonic snake, and a figure directly rushed out of the abdomen of the demonic snake. This guy was actually the Mongolian demon emperor who was swallowed by the demonic snake previously. After all, ancient netherworld demon emperor was a magnate of the demonic path from countless years ago, an existence that surpassed the eternal realm. Even if his cultivation had just recovered to the eternal realm, it would not be so easy for a giant snake to eat him. Ancient netherworld demon emperor, who rushed out of the belly of the demonic snake, directly wanted to escape. Boom! Gu Fei directly blasted a punch at ancient netherworld demon emperor, and the violent fist energy shook the world. Little guy, ancient netherworld demon emperor was shocked and angry. He also punched out, meeting Gu Fei's fist. Bam! With a muffled sound, demon emperor ancient netherworld was sent flying, and demon blood sprinkled in the air. At this time, the demonic snake swept towards Gu Fei in a frenzy. Humph! Like a phantom, Gu Fei dodged the attack. At the same time, the demon snake rushed towards ancient netherworld demon emperor and swallowed ancient netherworld demon emperor. This demon snake was extremely ferocious. The wound on its abdomen that had just been split open by the ancient netherworld demon emperor had actually disappeared, as if it had never been injured in the first place. A demon snake with an eternal demon body? Looking at this scene, Gu Fei was truly taken aback. If this demon snake were to leave the underworld god island, no one would be able to control it. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire demon snake suddenly exploded in the middle and broke into two. The extremely unlucky demon emperor Netherworld rushed out again, but this time he was even weaker. Die. Without hesitation, Gu Fei immediately displayed his extreme speed and rushed over. With a single sword strike, he split ancient Netherworld demon emperor in two. A drop of demon blood was dripping from the tip of the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. This was a divine sword that he had taken out from the Hongtian realm. Even if ancient Netherworld demon emperor had the strongest demon body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. And just as Gu Fei split ancient Netherworld demon emperor in two, a ball of demonic light rushed out from ancient Netherworld demon emperor's body and instantly disappeared in the sky above the underworld god demon abyss. Seeing this, Gu Fei fell helpless. In the end, he still couldn't kill this demon emperor. The ball of demonic light that rushed out from ancient netherworld demon emperor's body must be his divine soul. Ancient netherworld demon emperor's divine soul had escaped. As long as this fella could find a suitable body, he would be able to reincarnate. At this time, the demonic snake that was split into two by ancient netherworld demon emperor kept rolling on the ground. In the end, the two parts of the demonic snake actually joined together and fused together. Even this is possible. Gu Fei was a little surprised. However, he didn't give this fella any chance. Since he had already made his move, he would kill them all. These demonic creatures were too powerful. It didn't matter if they were trapped in the underworld god demon abyss. However, once they left the underworld god demon abyss and rushed out of the underworld god island, there would be a good show to watch. Swish! Gu Fei directly rushed past the demonic snake's head. That gigantic head that was bigger than a mountain directly fell off. However, in the next moment, boom! The gigantic snake's head exploded. Another ball of demonic light soared into the sky and disappeared in the sky above the underworld god demon abyss. These fellas, Gu Fei was already prepared. However, he didn't expect that the demonic snake would actually make such a move. The gigantic snake's head exploded, and the force that erupted was extremely strong. This force directly sent Gu Fei flying, and he landed far away. Otherwise, how could the demonic snake's divine soul escape? One must know that Gu Fei cultivated the heaven-treading steps. With one step, he could step into the sky and roam the universe. Gu Fei had the world's fastest speed. The aura emitted from ancient netherworld demon emperor and the demonic snake's corpse was very shocking. Even if it was just a corpse, it could still intimidate the demonic creatures. The other demonic creatures didn't even dare to approach this area. I can't waste it. Gu Fei directly circulated his mystic art to devour the pure demonic qi from the underworld god demon emperor's corpse. This fella was a pure-blooded demon. The demonic qi in his body was even more precious than the immortal divine medicine. This was a power that surpassed the eternal pure-blooded demon emperor. Who wouldn't want to have it? Rumble! Very soon, a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. This was the sound produced when the true essence in his body was circulating crazily. Just as Gu Fei was refining the essence contained in the ancient netherworld demon emperor's corpse, in the sky above the underworld god and devil abyss, there were two soul lights floating beside the mysterious demoness who was standing on a demonic dragon. Among the two balls of soul light, one of them was a supreme devilish shadow, while the other one was a small black snake. These two soul lights were the divine souls of the ancient netherworld demon emperor and the peerless demonic snake. Their divine souls were actually intercepted by the mysterious demoness. Old ancestor, please let this lowly one go. The underworld god demon emperor's divine soul seemed to be very afraid. In front of the mysterious demoness, he, the supreme demon emperor who had once dominated the world and even fought to death with Hong Tian, heavenly emperor, was actually like a mouse in front of a cat. Even the peerless demonic snake's divine soul was shivering with extreme fear. When I'm done playing, I will naturally let you go. The mysterious demoness smiled. The ancient netherworld demon emperor was really speechless. Even though this ancestor had lived for countless years, she still loved to play. Back then, it was this ancestor who destroyed the underworld god island. Whenever this ancestor appeared, nothing good would happen. The ancient netherworld demon emperor couldn't be afraid because no matter how this ancestor played, he would be fine and wouldn't die. But he was different. He could die because, even at his peak, his cultivation had not reached the realm of immortality. Chapter 4802. The peerless demoness had a great background. Even the ancient netherworld demon emperor was scared half to death when he saw her. In front of the demoness, the ancient netherworld demon emperor was like an obedient baby. Even the ferocious devil snake divine soul didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the demoness. This little guy is really surprising. The demoness looked down at Gu Fei, who was devouring the devil Dao Yuan Qi contained in the ancient netherworld demon emperor's corpse. Her eyes couldn't help but turn into a crescent moon. Could it be that this old ancestor has come up with another method to harm me? The ancient netherworld demon emperor's divine soul looked at the demoness in horror. At this time, at the bottom of the underworld divine devil abyss, Gu Fei had completely devoured the devil Dao essence Qi contained in Devil Emperor Netherworld's corporeal body. Although this essence Qi was powerful, it was not enough to help Gu Fei break through to the eternal realm. Gu Fei was very clear that if he wanted to restore his eternal realm cultivation, he couldn't simply devour the devil Dao Yuan Qi of other experts. It seems that I still have to find the fusion Dao fruit. Gu Fei let out a long sigh and stood up from the ground. Alas, do I have to find that He Xiong? Thinking of this, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and flew above the underworld god and devil abyss. However, he didn't notice the presence of the demoness, even though he was less than 2,000 feet away from her. Even the divine souls of Devil Monarch Netherworld and the dark demon snake that were beside the demoness didn't notice him. It was like he couldn't see the demoness. At this time, in a mountain near the underworld god and devil abyss, two figures were moving fast and fighting fiercely. He Xiong, do you want to take the devil origin fruit for yourself? Feng Ji, it's my ability to get the devil origin fruit. If you continue to pester me, I'll fall out with you. These two people were He Xiong and Feng Ji. This time, of the 10 sage-level experts who came to Underworld God Island, only Gu Fei, He Xiong, and Feng Ji survived. The others were already dead. Damn it, this old lady is afraid of you falling out with me? Feng Ji was furious. Boom! Feng Ji immediately used the demon phoenix in her core. A ball of demon fire rushed out of her body and turned into a fire phoenix that pounced at He Xiong. All right, then let's kill. He Xiong didn't hesitate. In the next moment, boundless demonic lightning rushed out of his body and blasted at the fire phoenix. Suddenly, the sound of thunder was deafening, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out. Everything that was struck by the demonic lightning was directly turned into ashes. The fire phoenix dissipated, and He Xiong's devil thunder also dissipated in the void. Their cultivation bases were about the same. Neither of them could do anything to the other. With a wave of Feng Ji's hand, the demon phoenix's inner core landed in her hand. If we continue to fight, both of us will suffer. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Feng Ji stared coldly at He Xiong. What do you want? He Xiong stared at Feng Ji solemnly. I only want 2 demon origin fruits. You can have the rest. How about that? Feng Ji said, 2 demon origin fruits? He Xiong pondered for a while. Seeing He Xiong's hesitation, Feng Ji added, if we work together, both of us will benefit. If both of us are injured, do you think you can leave Underworld God Island alive? This wasn't He Xiong's first time entering Underworld God Island. Last time, he almost died in the abyss of Underworld God. This time it was also a close shave. Fortunately, he had finally obtained the demon origin fruit, and not just 1, but 6. He knew very well that even if he was in peak condition, it would definitely not be easy to leave Underworld God Island. If he fought with Feng Ji and both of them were injured, it would be impossible for him to leave Underworld God Island. The abyss of Underworld God and the abyss of Underworld God was very far from the sea. Crossing the ancient battlefield ruins was an extremely dangerous task. If he worked together with Feng Ji, his chances of leaving Underworld God Island would definitely increase. Just as Feng Ji said, both of them would benefit from working together. Do you still need to think about it? Feng Ji sneered. Think about what? At that moment, a voice came from the sky. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed between the two of them. Gu. Taoist Gu? Gu Hong? He Xiong and Feng Ji were shocked. Gu Hong was Gu Fei's alias. He Xiong, you seem to have forgotten something. Gu Fei looked at He Xiong coldly and said, "What did you say?" He Xiong was confused. "Are you trying to act dumb in front of me?" Gu Fei was displeased. His gaze toward He Xiong instantly turned sharp. "Taoist Gu you!" He Xiong was shocked when he saw Gu Fei's expression. At this moment, Feng Ji was watching the show from the side. "Now that you've gotten what you want to leave just like that? There's no such thing in this world." Gu Fei's voice turned cold. "Ah, you're saying—" He Xiong came to a realization. "Tell me, where is the thing I want?" Gu Fei looked at He Xiong expressionlessly. "As long as this guy dares to evade, I'll kill him and search his soul. I don't believe that I can't deal with this guy. It's in the underworld, demonic abyss," He Xiong said hurriedly. Gu Fei's gaze was terrifying. He had a feeling that if he didn't say it, Gu Fei would kill him without hesitation. The exact location. Gu Fei didn't want to waste his breath on this guy. Demonic energy soars to the 9 heavens. Demonic stars illuminate the sky. The Tao fusion fruit is here. He Xiong said seriously. Demonic energy soars to the 9 heavens. Demonic stars illuminate the sky? Gu Fei said in a low voice. "That's all I know," He Xiong said. "All right, I hope you're not lying to me. If I find out that you're lying to me, I'll hunt you down even if you run to the ends of the world and kill you." Gu Fei stared at He Xiong with a solemn expression. How would I dare to lie to Taoist Gu? He Xiong said with a fake smile. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered and soared into the sky, heading towards the underworld demonic abyss again. He Xiong heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Gu Fei leave. Gu Fei gave him too much pressure. He had a feeling that if Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. "All right, let's work together and leave Underworld God Island together." He Xiong took out 2 demon origin fruits and threw them to Feng Ji. At this moment, he couldn't wait to leave this place and find a safe place to break through to the half-extreme realm. Humph. Feng Ji took the 2 demon origin fruits and carefully put them away. "Let's go then." Feng Ji was in a good mood after getting what she wanted. He Xiong and Feng Ji were together for the time being. However, the 2 of them were not on the same page. No one knew what would happen next. Chapter 48:03 Eternal World, Underworld God Island. Above the abyss of Underworld God, a figure flew past at high speed. A powerful divine sense burst out from this figure and swept through the abyss of Underworld God. This person was none other than Gu Fei. He was looking for the place with the densest demonic energy in the abyss of Underworld God. Boom! When Gu Fei was passing by a place, a wave of demonic energy suddenly rushed out from the abyss of Underworld God. The whole world turned dark in an instant. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded. The figure of a demonic dragon was faintly discernible in the demonic energy. The huge figure of the demonic dragon was like a black mountain, exuding a terrifying demonic might. A pair of huge, blood-red demonic eyes were faintly discernible in the demonic energy. This demonic dragon was obviously alarmed by Gu Fei's divine sense, so it rushed out. Boom! With a muffled sound, this demonic dragon actually spouted a wave of demonic fire at Gu Fei. This wave of demonic fire instantly enveloped Gu Fei and turned the void around him into a sea of fire. Just a long worm at the pinnacle of sacred level. How dare you provoke me? Gu Fei was somewhat speechless. He did not release his quasi-eternal aura. This demonic dragon had no idea who it had provoked. In the next moment, Gu Fei's body suddenly turned into a bottomless black hole. In an instant, all the demonic fire around him was completely devoured. Seeing that the situation was not good, the demonic dragon immediately wanted to escape. However, Gu Fei's right hand grabbed at the demonic dragon. This demonic dragon immediately struggled to fly towards him. Moreover, its body that was bigger than a mountain rapidly shrank. In the end, it was caught in his hand. The demonic dragon really turned into a long worm. It kept struggling in Gu Fei's hand. It even bit Gu Fei's wrist. However, Gu Fei was not injured by its bite. Instead, some of its incomparably sharp teeth were broken. Encountering such a monstrous human, this demonic dragon began to doubt its dragon life. Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He immediately searched the soul of this devil dragon and found out everything about this devil dragon. He also knew where the most dangerous place in the underworld, god, and devil abyss was. Respected existence, I'm willing to recognize you as my master. Please let me go. A demonic thought appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei pondered for a moment. Then he directly planted a forbidden technique on the demon dragon's body before releasing it. The moment the demonic dragon rushed out from Gu Fei's hand, it immediately became incomparably huge. Its whole body was surrounded by demonic flames, and its ferocious might was simply monstrous. However, at this moment, this ferocious mystic dragon was as obedient as a kitten in front of Gu Fei. It didn't dare to act presumptuously and acted cautiously. Gu Fei flew up and stood on the back of the mystic dragon. The demon dragon soared into the sky and charged towards the depths of the underworld god and demon abyss. This devil dragon was the underworld fire demon dragon. It was the overlord of the underworld god and demon abyss. Wherever it passed, other demonic creatures would all retreat. Of course, there were countless powerful demonic creatures bred in the underworld god and demon abyss. Although this underworld fire demon dragon was powerful, there were still many existences that could go against it. Just as the underworld fire demon dragon passed by a place filled with white bones, an incomparably huge skeleton broke through a mountain of bones and rushed out. Little worm, how dare you come to my territory and behave atrociously? You're courting death. This white skeleton wasn't a human skeleton. It was the skeleton of a Qilin. To be more precise, it was the demon Qilin skeleton that had gained sentience and cultivated. Within the demon Qilin skull, a ball of demonic light shone brighter than the sun. Then, the skulls of the countless skeletons on the ground suddenly lit up with soul light. One by one, the skeletons stood up from the ground. One couldn't even see the end of it. This was definitely an army of death. This Qilin skeleton was the overlord of this area. When the Qilin skeleton king and the underworld fire demon dragon met, a huge battle was inevitable. Little fellow, you can play here for a while. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Boom! The two overlords of the underworld god and demon abyss started a huge battle. The entire area shook. Terrifying demonic aura spread throughout the underworld god and demon abyss, alarming countless powerful demonic creatures in the underworld god and demon abyss. At this time, Gu Fei was far away from the battlefield. Passing through the thick demonic fog, he saw a pillar of demonic aura rising from the underworld god and demon abyss, connecting heaven and earth. Within the demonic aura, there was a vague shadow of a dragon. Demonic aura dragon? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be overjoyed. Demonic aura dragon soaring to the 9 heavens, Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. This pillar of demonic aura contained a terrifying amount of demonic energy. It wasn't any weaker than the 10 absolute demonic star that he had refined in the past. If he could refine and absorb such a huge amount of demonic energy, his cultivation base would definitely increase greatly. Even if he couldn't break through his current cultivation shackles, his battle prowess would definitely increase greatly. The demonic star illuminates heaven and earth. Where's the demonic star? Gu Fei raised his head and looked into the sky. His gaze pierced through the layers of demonic fog and directly saw the starry sky. This wasn't a big deal, but it gave him a huge fright. He saw a demonic star emitting boundless demonic light that illuminated the entire sky. Endless demonic stars spread out, and all the demonic experts in the underworld continent were incomparably excited. With the demonic star in the sky, there must be a huge opportunity. Moreover, Some of the demonic experts knew that the demonic star in the sky had some sort of connection with the underworld god island. With the demonic star in the sky, the seal on the underworld god island would be ineffective for a period of time. At this time, the figures of many huge ships appeared in the sea around the underworld god island. There were also huge demonic halls and demonic mountains in the sky. The big shots of the eternal demon sect also appeared in the sea near the underworld god island. The heavenly demon cult, the Six Paths Evil Alliance, the eternal demons, and other demonic forces of various sizes had all come. A cycle of 3,000 years. Finally, the demonic star has descended. On the bow of a huge demonic ship stood a red-haired old man. The old man raised his head and looked up. In his eyes, there seemed to be a demonic sky evolving. "Ha! Scarlet sky, old ghost, you not dead yet?" A loud laugh came from the horizon. A huge demonic figure appeared in the sky, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. "Lawless old ghost, you not dead yet. How would I dare to go first?" The red-haired old man raised his head and looked at the demonic figure in the sky. It's been so many years. Let's play?" The lawless demon lord laughed. "Then I'll play with you. Who's afraid of who?" The red-haired old man, the scarlet sky demon lord, soared into the sky from the bow and rushed towards the demonic figure in the distance. A huge battle erupted in the sky. Extremely powerful demonic energy erupted. An entire underworld god sea surged with towering waves. Countless demonic creatures were incomparably terrified, and they directly fled for their lives. 2 lunatics. Chapter 4804. The Devil Star shines brightly in the sky. It appears once every 3,000 years. It attracts all the major forces of the Devil Tao to gather in the underworld god sea. Outside Underworld God Island, experts appeared. Huge demonic ships that looked like islands appeared on the surface of the sea outside Underworld God Island. High up in the sky, there were also many devil mountains and devil halls. This was definitely a place where major characters would travel. Is it Sky Demon Cult's Lawless Demon Lord and Six Paths Evil Alliance's Scarlet Heaven Demon Lord fighting? What are those two doing? The seal on Nether God Island hasn't lost its effect yet. Tisk, who cares if they want to fight? It would be best if these two old fellows fight to the death. Countless onlookers of the demonic path were watching the show. Everyone was waiting for the seal on Underworld God Island to fail. That way, they would be able to break into Underworld God Island and not have to worry about their cultivation being suppressed by the power of the seal. Underworld God Island contained the supreme inheritance of the primordial demons. All the demonic path powerhouses coveted it. However, after that earth-shattering battle in ancient times, Underworld God Island was jointly sealed by the supreme existences. All powerful beings that entered Underworld God Island would have their cultivation suppressed to the sage rank the moment they stepped onto the island. Even eternal ones were no exception. However, the seal on Underworld God Island also had a weakness, and that was the demon star. The demon star in the sky was rumored to have been formed by a supreme, pure-blooded demon ancestor in an extremely long time. The power of the demon star resonated with the power of the demonic Tao on Underworld God Island, causing the seal on Underworld God Island to fail. Of course, Underworld God Island's seal would only last for about half a month. Once demon star left, Underworld God Island's seal would recover. The orbit of the Devil Star followed a regular pattern. Every 3,000 years, the Devil Star would orbit above Underworld God Island. This was when the Devil Star was closest to Underworld God Island. For this half a month, they would have to wait 3,000 years. Of course, in the eyes of extreme Daos and eternal Daos, 3,000 years was but a snap of the fingers. Some old monsters could go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Soon, at this time, some old-timers of the Devil Tao were looking up at the scarlet Devil Star in the starry sky. The demonic star exuded a boundless demonic aura as it rapidly approached Nether God Island. What happened? On Underworld God Island, Gu Fei, who was in the Underworld God and Demon Abyss, could keenly sense that this part of the world had changed. There seemed to be some kind of power awakening on Underworld God Island. Whatever, let's find the Tao integration fruit first. Gu Fei directly rushed towards the demonic pillar formed by the demonic energy in front of him. Beneath the demonic pillar, the primordial chi of heaven and earth gathered. A spirit root took root on a boulder that was shrouded in primordial chi. It was a strange tree that was only 3 feet tall. 3 fruits that were shrouded in the aura of the great Tao hung from its branches. The 3 fruits were only the size of an adult's thumb, but the insides of the fruits seemed to have condensed the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was as if a world was being nurtured. Tao integration fruit? When Gu Fei saw this, he was overjoyed. By eating the Tao fusion fruit, his eternal stage cultivation base would instantly recover, and he would no longer be suppressed by the heavenly Tao of eternal world. When that happens, won't I be able to do as I please in eternal world? However, Gu Fei was very careful. How could there not be powerful creatures guarding the vicinity of such a heaven-defying divine medicine? 1. Gu Fei released his divine sense. Next, demonic silhouettes appeared out of thin air near the demonic energy pillar. Every one of the blurry demonic silhouettes exuded a heart-palpitating demonic aura. Should the demonic silhouettes pounce on them, they would instantly be demonized, transforming into demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. A total of 18 demonic silhouettes were standing around the Chaos Stone. The Chaos Stone was also known as the Primordial Chaos Stone. It contained the primordial chaos energy of eternal world. No one could have imagined that such a divine stone could be found within the abyss of Nether God Island. Only this divine stone could give birth to the Tao integration fruit. Hand of Heaven transformation. Gu Fei had no desire to get entangled with the demonic silhouettes. Thus, he immediately utilized his eternal technique. The power of Heaven transformation spread out to envelop the 18 demonic silhouettes. Next, the 18 demonic silhouettes instantly dissipated into the void. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar was heard as the shadow of a beast pounced out of the void, pouncing towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei clenched his right hand and punched at the beast silhouette. Bang! With a muffled sound, the beast silhouette was sent flying. Boom! The beast silhouette slammed into the rock wall, causing rubble and dust to fill the air. A huge crater was formed on the rock wall. The exotic beast landed on the ground and leaped up again, pouncing towards Gu Fei. It was extremely ferocious, and its entire body was shrouded in demonic aura. An eternal realm phantom beast? This guy is not suppressed by the power of Nether God Island? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Buzz! The phantom beast's silhouette instantly turned blurry. Then the sky was filled with the silhouettes of phantom beasts, charging towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Hee, you dare to play this trick on me? Gu Fei was amused. He closed his eyes, and a divine eye emerged between his eyebrows. Swish! Gu Fei shook his head, and the divine eye between his eyebrows scanned the surroundings. All the beast silhouettes disappeared, leaving only one beast silhouette. This beast silhouette was the real body of the phantom beast. The phantom beast did not know that its illusion had been broken, and it was about to give Gu Fei a hard blow. However, what awaited the phantom beast was a big foot. Bang! Gu Fei stepped on the face of the phantom beast fiercely, and the beast's entire face collapsed. A mouthful of sharp teeth almost flew out of its bloody mouth. The phantom beast was directly sent flying. Great heaven, imperial beast skill! Gu Fei's right hand formed a seal and directly led the phantom beast to fly backward. The next moment, the phantom beast flew towards him involuntarily, and he pressed his hand on its forehead. In the next moment, A mysterious ancient Tao pattern appeared in the blood-colored pupils of the phantom beast, and then the ancient Tao pattern disappeared into the beast's eyes. The incomparably ferocious phantom beast was subdued by Gu Fei just like that, becoming as docile as a kitten. "Go and pick the fusion Tao fruit for me." Gu Fei directly ordered the phantom beast. This was a phantom beast in the eternal realm, but it seemed to have a pitifully low spiritual intelligence. How could this be? Could it be? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. Swish! The phantom beast immediately turned into a phantom and appeared next to the chaotic, primordial chaos stone. It stretched out its claws and directly picked a fusion Tao fruit from the Tao fusion divine tree. Chapter 48:05. Demonic chi soared into the sky, and demonic stars shone brightly in the sky. Gu Fei finally found the place that He Xiong had mentioned, where the terrain and heavenly power were almost perfect. He also found the legendary fusing path fruit. However, the place where the immortal divine fruit was located was definitely guarded by a powerful creature. An eternal level illusory beast jumped out, but Gu Fei brutally suppressed it. Gu Fei used the Great Heaven Imperial Beast technique to subdue it. However, just as Gu Fei drove the illusory beast to pluck the fusing path fruit, a demonic hand suddenly broke out of the ground and slapped the illusory beast to death. The illusory beast was directly smashed into meat paste by this demonic hand. Rumble! The ground shook, and an extremely ferocious demonic creature stood up from the ground. A monstrous, murderous aura erupted from this demonic creature. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and snowflakes started falling from the sky. This was a humanoid demonic creature with very long arms and a body covered in thick black scales. A pair of blood-red demonic eyes stared at Gu Fei fiercely. Even though Gu Fei had traveled the world and was very knowledgeable, this was the first time he had seen such a humanoid demonic creature. This demonic creature had slapped the eternal level illusory beast to death with a single slap. Even Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded by such powerful combat strength. In the next moment, Gu Fei directly charged at this demonic creature. Swoosh! The demonic creature directly clawed at Gu Fei, who was charging at it. Its sharp claws quickly streaked across the void, as if they were tearing the void apart. Buzz! Gu Fei's figure, who was charging at the demonic creature, suddenly became blurry. Then, countless figures appeared in the void, each figure seemingly illusory. The demonic creature seemed to be shocked. However, in the next moment, two demonic lights rushed out of the demonic creature's blood-red eyes. With a sweep of the demonic lights, Gu Fei appeared. More than half of the countless afterimages were destroyed. However, Gu Fei's target was not this monster, but a claw on the ground, a claw of the phantom beast. The illusion beast was still holding a Tao integration fruit in its claws. Gu Fei's real body directly grabbed the phantom beast's claw on the ground and instantly retreated. Swoosh! As the blood-colored demonic light swept over, all the phantoms that Gu Fei had created were wiped out. This demonic creature was extremely powerful. It took a step forward and instantly caught up to Gu Fei. Its claw swept towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. This demonic creature's battle prowess was simply too astonishing. Grand Heaven Realm. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei activated the power of the Hong Tian realm, and a shield appeared in front of Gu Fei. Boom! The demonic creature's sharp claws viciously swept across the shield in front of Gu Fei. The shield formed by the power of the Hong Tian realm was instantly shattered, and Gu Fei was instantly sent flying. Boom! Gu Fei directly crashed into the rock wall of the dark divine demonic abyss. So powerful! Gu Fei directly crashed into the depths of the rock wall, and the blood in his body churned from the impact. A mouthful of blood surged up to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. *CK. I'll come back to kill you after I recover my cultivation base. Gu Fei directly used the Hong Tian Emperor's escape technique, breaking through the rocks and sand and directly escaped. Boom! Just as Gu Fei escaped, a loud boom sounded, and the demonic creature directly charged into the rock wall. If Gu Fei had hesitated for even a moment, he most likely wouldn't have been able to escape. That terrifying demonic creature rushed out of the huge hole in the rock wall, arriving in front of the Tao Integration Divine Tree. Seeing that the Divine Tree was missing a fruit, it instantly flew into a rage and roared at the sky. At this time, Gu Fei quickly traversed through the ground. Soon he rushed out of the ground and directly came to a small forest outside the dark divine demonic abyss. Let's find a place to recover my cultivation base first. Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. There were simply too many demonic creatures stronger than him on this maze divine island. He was already no match for that demonic creature just now. That demonic creature was able to kill an eternal level illusion beast with a single slap. That demonic creature was at least a peak eternal level existence. It's not safe outside. It's better to enter the Hong Tian realm. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei directly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in the Hong Tian realm. Greetings, Master. When Gu Fei appeared in the Hong Tian Great Palace in the Hong Tian realm, Wu Jixian came to greet him with 3 generals. The 3 generals behind Wu Jixian were all early-stage, eternal-level existences. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. They were all overlord-level existences. Of course, in the era of the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor, early-stage, eternal-level existences could only become experts of a region. The real overlords of a region were existences like the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor. Stand guard for me. After saying that, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged in the Hong Tian Great Palace and ate the Tao Integration fruit. The Tao Integration fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into Gu Fei's body. The next moment, a wave of great Tao power appeared in Gu Fei's body. At this moment, Gu Fei felt as though he had appeared in an endless world. The divine sound of the great Tao lingered around him. At this moment, he felt as though he had never been this close to the great Tao of the eternal world. It was as though he could touch it with his hand. Master, this is... When Wu Jixian and the others sensed the aura coming out from Gu Fei's body, their faces involuntarily sank. The aura coming out from Gu Fei's body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire Hong Tian Great Palace shook, and the faint divine sound of the great Tao lingered in the void. The divine sound of the great Tao was coming from Gu Fei's body. Boom! It didn't take long before Gu Fei's body erupted with genuine eternal realm power ripples, which continued to grow stronger. From early stage eternal level to mid-stage eternal level, Gu Fei's cultivation base was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He directly broke through from the half-step eternal level to the eternal level. Then, from the early stage eternal level, he charged all the way to the mid-stage eternal level before stopping. This, Wu Jixian and the other 3 immortal generals were dumbfounded by what they saw. This new master was amazing. Too amazing. He actually broke through to the mid-stage eternal level in an instant. Moreover, Wu Jixian could sense that, although Gu Fei's cultivation base was only at the mid-stage eternal level, even he would likely be no match for this new master of theirs. Gu Fei sat in the Hong Tian Great Palace for 3 days and 3 nights. By then, the world outside had turned upside down. By then, the seal on Nether God Island had disappeared, and the magnates of the demonic path outside Nether God Island had broken into the island. Some of the magnates of the demonic path started fighting. The entire Nether God Island became lively. Chapter 4806. He Xiong and Feng Ji were very unlucky. They had barged through the ancient battlefield ruins, crossed the Demon Fire Ridge, and were stopped by a group of people when they were just a dozen li away from the seaside. Boss He Xiong, how have you been? The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He stared at He Xiong with a fake smile and said coldly, "Qi Bin, what are you trying to do?" He Xiong was displeased when he saw this guy. This guy was Qi Bin of the Sky Demon cult. This guy had always been at odds with him. How would I dare to do anything in front of Boss He? Qi Bin said with an evil smile. Trying to play this game with me? What's the point? If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. He Xiong sneered. Boss He, we're old friends. Why do we have to be so stiff? How about this? Give us a few of the treasures you obtained on the island, and my brothers and I will let you leave. How about it? Qi Bin stared at He Xiong, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Haha, He Xiong laughed. What are you laughing at? Qi Bin's face instantly darkened. I'm laughing at your stupidity. Do you think it's so easy to take my He Xiong's things? He Xiong gave Qi Bin the middle finger. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's attack together and kill these two. Qi Bin shouted and waved his right hand. The dozen or so Sky Demon cult members behind him swarmed forward and charged at He Xiong and Feng Ji. This is a grudge between the two of you. It has nothing to do with me. Feng Ji immediately turned and fled. She was about to reach the seaside. She was not that stupid to fight with these Sky Demon cult members. Once she was entangled, she would not be able to escape. Feng Ji, what is the meaning of this? He Xiong was instantly displeased when he saw Feng Ji trying to escape. Settle the grudge between the two of you. Are you trying to drag me down with you? Feng Ji ignored He Xiong and instantly left. Feng Ji, Qi Bin looked at the departing figure and couldn't help being startled. Was that someone from the Demon Phoenix clan? The Demonic Phoenix clan was a formidable clan in Eternal World. Its primogenitor was an innate fire phoenix that had fallen into the demonic Tao. It was an extremely powerful existence. This was because they were creatures born from nature. After falling into the path of demons, they were not inferior to pure-blooded demons, let alone other demons. Kill He Xiong first. Someone actually wanted to chase after Feng Ji. Qi Bin hurriedly stopped them. You want to kill me? Go to hell first. He Xiong bellowed in rage and waved both his hands, shooting a dozen thunderbolts directly at the Sky Demon cult champions around him, each of them exuding a frightening aura of destruction. This guy cultivated the lightning Tao demonic art, so he immediately used his trump card. The Heavenly Devil cult's experts hurriedly dodged. Only Qi Bin charged towards the incoming lightning with a punch. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The instant Qi Bin's fist collided with the thunderball, the thunderball instantly exploded and countless thunderbolts enveloped Qi Bin. However, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Qi Bin advanced step by step towards He Xiong. He allowed the thunderbolts to wander around his body, as if he could not feel the destructive power contained within the thunderbolts. Invulnerable heavenly demon constitution, He Xiong was quite shocked at the sight. He did not expect this guy to have cultivated the Heavenly Devil cult's most treasured demonic art, invulnerable heavenly demon constitution. He was not afraid of his demonic thunderbolts at all. How was he supposed to fight him? He Xiong, I didn't expect you to still be at the same spot after so many years. Your cultivation base has not improved at all. Today is the anniversary of your death. Qi Bin grinned savagely as he pressed towards He Xiong. Whoosh! He Xiong instantly transformed into a demonic thunderbolt and shot into the sky, fleeing towards the sea. After him. Don't let him get away. This guy, the experts of the Heavenly Devil cult were taken aback, and they immediately chased after He Xiong. Even Qi Bin did not expect He Xiong to run away. After all, the He Xiong he knew was not a coward. However, this guy was actually a coward now. While He Xiong was running away, Gu Fei had also reached a critical juncture in the Hong Tian realm. A powerful eternal realm aura erupted from his body as he devoured the boundless world's spirit energy around him. The fragments of the great path of heaven and earth contained within the Tao fusion fruit were being refined, absorbed, and turned into his own path. Wu Jixian and the other 3 generals had already retreated from the Hongtian Palace and were waiting outside. There was actually no need to worry about anyone breaking into the Hongtian realm. After all, it was a world created by the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor, and outsiders could not break in at all. Moreover, even if someone wanted to break in, their cultivation base would have to be on par with or even surpass the Hongtian Heavenly Emperors. In the current era, who could have a cultivation base comparable to the Hongtian Heavenly Emperors? And who could have a cultivation base surpassing the Hongtian Heavenly Emperors? Another day and night passed. Outside the Hongtian Palace, Wu Jixian and the others were sitting cross-legged in the void like super antiques that had existed since time immemorial. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire Grand Heaven realm shook violently. In the next moment, an extremely powerful wave of eternal power erupted from the Grand Heaven Palace. At this time, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. I finally succeeded, mid-level eternal realm. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised and overjoyed when he sensed the terrifying power within his body. His cultivation base had directly rushed to the mid-level eternal realm, and his cultivation base had completely stabilized. It's time to collect the remaining 2 Dao fusion fruits. Gu Fei stood up in the void and took a step forward, instantly disappearing from the Hongtian Palace. Have your injuries healed? Gu Fei appeared in front of Wu Jixian. Master? Wu Jixian hastily got up. The other 3 generals appeared beside Gu Fei as well. These 4 generals had once followed the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor. They were experts who had walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The eldest among them was Wu Jixian, the second was Wu Jixin, the third was Wu Jidao, and the fourth was Wu Jizhan. All 4 of them were at the eternal stage. This was a great help to Gu Fei in his conquest of eternal world. Although the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor had died, he had left behind such a formidable force. Seeing that shocked and delighted Gu Fei. This was what he needed to contend for hegemony in eternal world. Alone, there was no way he could contend for hegemony. He could not even handle the martial extreme immortal sect, let alone the eternal demon sect and the other top forces. At that very moment, however, Gu Fei finally had the confidence to contend against the various top forces in eternal world. Master, my injuries have long since healed up, Wu Jixian said. Very well. In that case, come with me to have some fun and train yourselves. Chapter 4807. No one would have thought that the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor still had a trump card up his sleeves. For great generals and hundreds of thousands of immortal soldiers and generals, this force might not have been considered much during the era of the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor, but in the current era, it was enough to sweep through an entire region. Without a doubt, when this force reappeared on the Xinwu continent, it would definitely shake the world. Swish! Gu Fei opened the Hongtian realm and took the lead to walk out. Wu Jixian and the others were pleasantly surprised when they sensed the aura outside the door of light. Wu Jixian had left the Hongtian realm before and fought with the ancient netherworld demon emperor. The other 3 had never left the Hongtian realm. The outside world was a great temptation for them, and they did not want to be trapped in the Hongtian realm for the rest of their lives. Now that there was a chance to leave, who would be willing to stay? However, when they left the Hongtian realm, they discovered that the entire underworld god island had changed. The cultivation of all living creatures was no longer suppressed, and the power of the seal on the island had lost its effect. In the sky above underworld god island, a demonic star illuminated the world. Gu Fei sensed that the demonic nature on Underworld God Island had actually increased by several times. This was definitely a cultivation paradise for demonic cultivators. Cultivating in such a place with such a strong demonic nature would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. At this time, extremely powerful demonic energy erupted from various parts of Underworld God Island. The terrifying demonic aura turned the entire island into a world of demons. In the depths of the underworld god abyss, Terrifying fluctuations of eternal realm demonic energy were emitted. For a moment, countless powerful demonic beings jumped out from various parts of Underworld God Island like a group of demons dancing. The void was filled with soul-stealing demonic sounds. What's going on? Gu Fei did not know that the power of the seal on Underworld God Island would lose its effect one day. Roar! Suddenly, a roar resounded from a nearby gorge that was filled with vast demonic energy, and then a terrifying being from the devil, Dao, charged out from within the gorge. This demonic being immediately targeted Gu Fei and the others and charged toward them. Boom! Before the fiendish Dao creature could get close, it spat out a mouthful of demonic fire at Gu Fei and the others. Suddenly, the demonic fire soared into the sky, and endless demonic fire swept towards Gu Fei and the others, courting death. Next to Wu Jixian, a tall, bearded, majestic-looking general stepped forward and drew out a divine saber that was strapped on his back. This general was Wu Jizhan, who was ranked last among the 4 great generals of Hongtian. The divine saber in Wu Jizhan's hand was a famous divine saber even during the era of the great emperor of Hongtian, the heaven-splitting devil saber. Swoosh! Without thinking, Wu Jizhan held his saber with both hands and slashed at the demonic flames that were sweeping toward him. The saber light suddenly soared up and instantly split the demonic fire. The saber light was like a hot knife through butter, and it also split the terrifying demonic creature in half. That was a half-step eternal realm devil Dao life form, yet Wu Jizhan killed it with a single slash. Even Gu Fei was surprised to see this scene. In fact, it made sense. The 4 great generals under the great emperor of Hongtian were peerless experts who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Whether it was in terms of battle experience or battle power, they were definitely the strongest existences in the same realm. As for the demonic creatures on Underworld God Island, their cultivation had been suppressed for 3,000 years. They could only recover their cultivation when the seal on Underworld God Island lost its effect. Naturally, the demonic creatures on Underworld God Island could not compare to the great generals. At this time, many battles had broken out in various parts of Underworld God Island. The various fiendish Dao forces outside the island had begun to attack Underworld God Island. Of course, the various fiendish Dao forces were just testing the waters at this time. The real big shots were still observing. Such big shots naturally would not make a move easily. Interesting. Gu Fei sensed the changes in this part of the world and couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. The seal on Underworld God Island had disappeared. Master, what should we do next? Wu Jixian asked Gu Fei. Let's go get the fusion Dao fruit first. Gu Fei said, Fusion Dao fruit? Hearing this, Wu Jixian's expression turned a little strange. What's wrong? Gu Fei noticed Wu Jixian's expression and asked, Master, the effect of the fusion Dao fruit is not as effective as the fusion Dao pill. Old Master once refined a cauldron of fusion Dao pill and produced a total of 32 pills. He used up 21 of them, so there should be 11 left. Wu Jixian said, What? Gu Fei was speechless. Damn, why didn't this guy say so earlier? I have to go through so much trouble to find the fusion Dao fruit. It turns out that the great emperor of Hongtian had refined the fusion Dao pill in the past. The effect of the fusion Dao fruit was naturally not as effective as the fusion Dao pill because the main ingredient of the fusion Dao pill was the fusion Dao fruit. However, the supplementary ingredients were also very powerful and were at least quasi-immortal divine herbs. The fusion Dao pill refined with countless precious quasi-immortal divine herbs and the fusion Dao fruit was definitely a heaven-defying divine pill. Give it! Gu Fei extended his hand to Wu Jixian with a black face. Wu Jixian was very straightforward. He flipped his right hand and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. You really have it? Gu Fei felt as if countless divine beasts were roaring in his heart, and he was almost thrown into disarray. He had gone through so much trouble to find the fusion Tao fruit. Gu Fei pulled out the stopper and took a sniff. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. In the next moment he felt refreshed and his mind was clear. He almost entered a state of enlightenment. Good stuff! Gu Fei was overjoyed. The fusion Tao fruit was much better than he had imagined. Keep one for each of you. Gu Fei took out 4 small jade bottles and filled each of them with a fusion Tao pill. He gave them to the 4 generals of Hong Tian. Thank you, Master. The 4 generals of Hong Tian didn't say anything else and took the small jade bottles. The fusion Tao pill could only be eaten once in a lifetime. Eating more would not have any effect. None of the 4 generals of Hong Tian had eaten the fusion Tao pill. Therefore, they all had a chance to break through to a higher realm than the eternal realm. But now, only Wu Jixian's cultivation had reached the peak of the eternal realm. However, he wouldn't waste this opportunity. Let's go and dig a tree, Gu Fei said as he led the way to the underworld god and demon abyss. The tree he wanted to dig was naturally the fusion Tao divine tree. Very soon, the towering pillar of demonic qi appeared in front of him once again. To his astonishment, he discovered that the towering pillar of demonic qi had grown several times larger, and the demonic qi pillar was facing the demonic star high up in the sky. The underworld god island had some kind of connection with the demonic star in the sky. This surprised Gu Fei. Could the disappearance of the seal on the underworld god island be related to this? He instantly guessed a few things. Chapter 4808. In the starry sky, a crimson demonic star radiated boundless demonic light that dyed the entire sky the color of blood. The demonic aura of heaven and earth was too strong at this time. This demonic aura could easily trigger the inner demons of cultivators. Once the inner demons were triggered, they would die. However, for demonic cultivators, this demonic aura was even better than a great tonic. Every time the demonic star shone in the sky, the vicinity of underworld god island would be the liveliest. Countless demons would be mobilized. Some demonic cultivators took advantage of this once in 3,000 years opportunity to break through the shackles of their cultivation and break through their current cultivation realm. Meanwhile, some big shots had their eyes on the supreme demonic treasures on Underworld God Island. Underworld God Island was the legendary ancestral court of pure-blooded demons. There were countless demonic treasures and even supreme demonic cultivation techniques left behind by the demons on the island. Last time the demonic star shone in the sky, someone obtained a demonic cultivation technique on Underworld God Island, which led to a bloody battle that resulted in heavy losses for the demonic cultivators. This time, many big shots had their eyes on the demonic treasures on Underworld God Island. At this time, the righteous cultivators were unwilling to set foot in the underworld continent, because once their inner demons were triggered, the consequences would be dire. Of course, some big shots in the eternal realm were not afraid of any demonic aura. Who would have thought that the divine tree from back then would take root here? When Wu Jixian and the others saw the small tree beside the huge demonic qi pillar, their eyes lit up. That was the Tao Fusion Divine Tree. The Tao Fusion Divine Tree was an immortal divine herb. The Tao Fusion pill, refined from the Tao Fusion fruit, was a heaven-defying divine pill that could help one comprehend the Tao and break through the cultivation realm. Hey, there are 2 fruits on the tree. Ji Dao Zhan suddenly said. There really are 2 Tao Fusion fruits, and they're already ripe. Wu Jixin exclaimed. That was something that only existed in legends. Of course, as one of the 4 Hong Tian battle generals, who had once followed the Hong Tian emperor to conquer the world, what had he not seen? This Tao Fusion divine tree was not in the hands of the Hong Tian emperor, but in the hands of another emperor. But now, this Tao integration divine tree had appeared here, which meant that the emperor who had intervened in the past was most likely dead. In that war, even Underworld God Island was destroyed, and the pure-blood demons were exterminated. The devastation of that war was absolutely unimaginable. After this battle, a few great emperors disappeared. Wait! Seeing that Wu Zizhan was about to go over, Gu Fei hurriedly stopped him. Master! Wu Zizhan looked at his new master with a puzzled expression. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Instead, he reached out with his right hand toward the chaotic, primordial chaos stone beside the pillar of demonic qi and the Tao integration divine tree that was rooted to the stone. A giant primordial chaos hand appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, Wu Zhixian and the others were extremely astonished. This new master of theirs was amazing. He actually cultivated the primordial chaos qi, which was the ancestor qi of the universe. Roar! Just as Gu Fei made his move, a roar rang out. In the next moment, a demonic shadow broke through the ground. That terrifying demonic creature appeared again. Boom! Boundless demonic flames erupted, and the giant hand that Gu Fei had condensed instantly dissipated in the demonic flames. Even the giant hand that was condensed from the primordial chaos qi was unable to withstand the demonic flames of this demonic creature. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little moved. This demonic creature's battle prowess had become even stronger. Could it be that it had already surpassed the eternal realm? Could it be an existence like the mysterious dragon lady and the demoness that he had encountered in the celestial continent's West Sea? The humanoid demonic creature let out an angry roar as soon as it saw Gu Fei. It immediately pounced toward Gu Fei. Before the demonic creature could reach them, boundless demonic flames had already swept toward them. Impudent! Wu Zhixian stood beside Gu Fei. Before Gu Fei could make a move, Wu Zhixian had already taken a step forward and slammed his palm toward the demonic creature that was charging toward them. Grand Sky World Annihilation Palm. World Annihilation Palm. Wu Zhixian immediately unleashed the Grand Sky Heavenly Emperor's ultimate move. With a palm strike, an extremely terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens erupted from his right palm. Wang! The void in front of Wu Zhixian began to fluctuate with transparent spatial ripples, causing the void to tremble. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked. Fortunately, this was the eternal world. If this Wu Zhixian were to attack in the human world, wouldn't this palm strike destroy the entire human world? Rumble! The boundless demonic flames that were surging forward were instantly dispersed by Wu Zhixian's palm strike. Bam! The void shook once again, and the demonic creature was stopped. However, Wu Zhixian was sent flying hundreds of zhang away. What? With the exception of Gu Fei, Wu Zhixian's three brothers were dumbfounded. No one knew better than them how strong their big brother was. This demonic creature actually managed to send Wu Zhixian flying. Could it be that this demonic creature's battle prowess was actually comparable to their old master, the Grand Sky Heavenly Emperor? One should know that Wu Zhixian had a cultivation base at the peak of the Eternal Realm. Even during the era of the Grand Sky Heavenly Emperor, Wu Zhixian's cultivation base was enough for him to move unhindered. Good again! Wu Zhixian roared angrily and charged forward once again. The demonic creature became even more ferocious. Two figures moved rapidly in the void and engaged in an intense battle. Gu Fei and the other three generals retreated. Given Wu Zhixian's cultivation base and status, it was impossible for him to ask for help. Moreover, it was impossible for him to casually ask for help. What an exciting battle! At this moment, a demonic figure appeared nearby. It was a demonic person with disheveled hair who was holding a huge wine gourd. The demonic aura around his body was not very strong. However, it was definitely not luck that allowed him to make it here. This old fellow was definitely not simple. Oh, there's still people here to watch the show? Since you guys don't want the Tao integration fruit, I won't stand on ceremony then. The disheveled old man let out a strange cry and leaped up from the ground, pouncing toward the Tao integration divine tree. Old fellow, are you trying to take advantage of me? Wu Jijan was a rather impulsive person. Seeing that the old man was trying to snatch the Tao integration fruit, he immediately charged forward and slashed at the disheveled old man with his saber. Instantly, saber aura swept out, and it was as though the void had been sliced in half by Wu Jixian's saber. Huh. The disheveled old man was clearly taken aback. He hurriedly retreated and evaded Wu Jijan's saber. Wu Jijan's saber technique was tyrannical to the extreme. It didn't leave any room for retreat for others, much less for himself. Once the saber was slashed, it would advance forward with indomitable will. If the enemy wasn't slain, then the enemy would be slain. Furthermore, the saber in Wu Jijan's hand was no ordinary saber. It was the heaven-crushing, demonic saber, one of the supreme immortal sabers refined by the grand sky heavenly emperor. Your saber! The disheveled old man seemed to be able to tell that the saber in Wu Jijan's hand was extraordinary. He stared intently at the saber in Wu Jijan's hand. This fellow. Chapter 4809. The demon star that appeared once every 3,000 years moved above Underworld God Island. The power of the demon star resonated with the mana of Underworld God Island, causing the power of Underworld God Island seal to fail. In this way, the countless demonic creatures that had been suppressed on Underworld God Island for 3,000 years were all restored to their strongest state. Right now, Underworld God Island was brimming with demonic chi. Many battles had already broken out in the outer regions, and all of the major demonic Tao factions of the Underworld continent had come. Nether God Island used to be the holy land of demons, the ancestral court of pure-blooded demons. On Underworld God Island, there were supreme treasures of the demonic Tao that made countless demonic Tao experts envious. Therefore, the demonic Tao forces did not hesitate to attack Underworld God Island. The current Underworld God Island was even more dangerous than before the seal had failed. For example, the Eternal Demons Sky Demon Cult, Six Paths Evil Alliance, and other demonic path superpowers were only testing the waters. The true bigwigs were still observing from the sidelines. However, some lone demonic Tao powerhouses had already entered Underworld God Island. As for Gu Fei and the others, they encountered a great demon who was a loner. This great demon was a rotten old man who loved to drink. Who are you? Gu Fei suddenly said to the disheveled old man, Me? Some call me Wine Demon Sovereign. Some call me Mad Demon Emperor. You can call me whatever you want. As the disheveled old man spoke, he removed the wine gourd tied to his waist and took a huge gulp. You dare to call yourself an emperor? Wu Jijan said disdainfully, Tisk, so what if I want to be called an emperor? No way. The disheveled old man rebuked Wu Jijan. It's not impossible, but you'll have to ask the saber in my hand if it agrees. After saying that, Wu Jijan hacked down at the Wine Demon Sovereign once more. Saber chi swept out, and the saber light shone brightly. That saber stance seemed to be able to envelop the entire world. Although it looked like a casual slash, it was extremely powerful. It made the Wine Demon Sovereign feel that it was unavoidable. Immortal slaying finger. The disheveled old man pointed his finger at Wu Jijan. A beam of demonic light pierced through Wu Jijan's glabella like a lightning bolt. He moved later, but arrived first, switching from defense to offense. When Wu Jijan saw this, he could not help but be moved. He quickly sheathed his saber and took a step to the side, dodging the other party's attack. Then he swept out with his saber, wanting to cut this demon in half. The wine demon, Venerable, wasn't an ordinary person either. He soared into the sky and dodged the blade. Then he pounced towards Wu Jijan. Two figures moved quickly in the void, fighting each other. And at this time, Wu Jixian and that malevolent demonic being had already charged into the sky. It was incomparably intense. About the same? Gu Fei couldn't help feeling impatient as he watched the battle between Wu Jixian and the demonic being. If this battle continued, when would it end? Sigh. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He was also happy to watch the show from the side. Moreover, Wine Demon Venerable was also very powerful. He could actually fight with Wu Ji endlessly. This fellow had at least eternal realm cultivation. However, Wine Demon Venerable quickly retreated. He did not want to fight with Wu Jizhan until both of them were injured, which would allow others to take advantage of the situation. After Wine Demon Venerable retreated, no one else competed with Gu Fei for the Tao Integration Divine Tree. Gu Fei's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the Tao Integration Divine Tree. Then he reached out to grab the Tao Integration Divine Tree and tried to take it away. However, just as Gu Fei's hand was about to touch the Tao Integration Divine Tree, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the roots of the Tao Integration Divine Tree. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. That black shadow was actually a black snake. Moreover, it was a small black snake with a single horn on its head. The small black snake bit towards Gu Fei's wrist. No one would have thought that there would be a small black snake hiding under the roots of the Tao Integration Divine Tree. Gu Fei's reaction was swift, and he did not panic in the face of danger. He retracted his right hand at lightning speed and dodged the small black snake's bite. Then he reached out again at lightning speed and grabbed the small black snake's vital spot. He bent his left hand and flicked the small black snake's head. However, what happened next shocked Gu Fei. Not only did his flick not turn the small black snake's head into a bloody mist, but it also caused his finger to hurt. What? Gu Fei looked at the struggling small black snake in his hand in disbelief. It was unbelievable that this little fellow could withstand the force of his flick. Even though Gu Fei was experienced and knowledgeable, this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful snake. The small black snake's defense was even stronger than the heavenly true dragon's. Moreover, the small black snake was so strong that even Gu Fei could not hold it tightly. What is this thing? Wu Jishin and Wu Jidao, who were beside Gu Fei, were also shocked when they saw this. Master, please throw the small snake over. Wu Jizhan said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei glanced at Wu Jizhan and threw the little horned black snake in his hand to Wu Jizhan. Swoosh! Wu Jizhan slashed at the small black snake with his saber. Wherever the saber light passed, the single-horned little black snake was directly split into two by Wu Jizhan's saber. The two halves of the little black snake fell to the ground and still struggled. It would not die any time soon. Could it be the legendary single-horn, desolate, demonic snake? Wu Jishin suddenly exclaimed. What? Wu Jidao and Wu Jizhan were also shocked when they heard this. What single-horn, desolate, demonic snake? Gu Fei had never heard of such a snake in this world. Oh, Master, this single-horn, desolate, demonic snake is an extremely ancient snake. It is said that this snake is an ancient species and is extremely powerful. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its name. Wu Jishin quickly explained. But this kind of demonic snake has long been extinct even in our era. Why would it appear here? Wu Jidao asked doubtfully. Who knows? Wu Jishin shrugged. Gu Fei couldn't care less. He waved his right hand and kept the Tao Integration Divine Tree. Rumble! Right at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the ground. In the next instant, the entire ground started to shake. Countless demonic creatures were roaring and running for their lives in the underworld, god, demonic abyss. What's happening? Gu Fei said in shock. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura surged out from the depths of the underworld god island and shook the entire area. Even the important figures outside the underworld god island could sense it. A big guy has appeared. The important figures outside the underworld god island were instantly energized. At this moment, looking at the underworld god island from the outside, the entire underworld god island was shrouded in demonic aura. It was as if the entire island had turned into a demonic realm. Demons danced around and countless demonic cultivators fought endlessly in this demonic realm. Everyone wanted a peerless demonic treasure, but it was not that easy to obtain one. Let's go take a look. Chapter 48:10. On Underworld God Island, demonic beasts danced around and powerful demonic creatures kept jumping out. Especially in the depths of Underworld God Island, a terrifying demonic aura spread out. Then, boundless demonic aura rushed up to the sky, and a hideous demonic figure appeared between heaven and earth. That is, when Gu Fei and the 3 Hongtian generals came closer and saw the demonic figure in the sky, Gu Fei didn't look too surprised, but the 3 Hongtian generals behind him were extremely shocked. How is this possible? Wasn't this guy killed in that battle? Wu Jizhan and the others stared at the demonic figure in the sky, their voices trembling as they spoke. Why, do you recognize this demonic creature? Gu Fei asked curiously. Master, not only do we recognize this demonic beast, but we have also fought with it before. Wu Jizhan quickly answered. There's such a thing? Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Is this demonic creature a terrifying demonic beast from the era of Hongtian Emperor? This demonic beast is called Heaven Devourer, one of the 10 great demonic beasts of the primordial world. Wu Jishin explained. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. He stared at the demonic figure in the sky, and his heart was in turmoil. Could this demonic creature be the legendary Heaven Devourer demonic beast? Gu Fei had heard of the mighty name of the heaven-devouring demonic beast before, because there were legends of the heaven-devouring demonic beast in the mortal realm and heaven realm. There was also an incomparably terrifying demonic art in the mortal realm and heaven realm. This demonic art was called the heaven-devouring demonic art, one of the 10 great demonic beasts of the primordial world. Gu Fei was even more shocked. Primordial world demonic beast is a supreme demonic beast nurtured by heaven and earth. It is also known as the primordial demonic beast. Wu Jishin continued to explain. Primordial demonic beast? Gu Fei couldn't believe that there was actually a primordial demonic beast hiding on Underworld God Island. This was too unbelievable. It should be known that this was the primordial demonic beast of the eternal world. It was a supreme existence that couldn't be compared to the primordial demonic beasts of the human world or heavenly realm. Roar! At this moment, a roar rang out from the depths of Underworld God Island. Instantly, the mountains trembled, and a terrifying demonic might spread out in all directions. Countless demonic creatures were terrified to the extreme. Even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. At this time, Wu Jixian and the demonic creature guarding the fusion of Pad's fruit were engaged in a fierce battle. They were evenly matched, and it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. At the place where Wu Jixian and that demonic being were fighting, demonic qi soared into the sky, celestial light illuminated the sky, and terrifying energy ripples spread out, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. This was an eternal level battle that attracted the attention of many big shots. Roar! Terrifying roars rang out continuously. The entire sky changed color, the sun and moon dimmed, and an unprecedentedly powerful demonic aura enveloped the entire area. At this moment, the demonic creatures on Nether God Island were extremely ferocious. It's actually a heaven-devouring demonic beast. At this moment, a demonic figure appeared in the distant sky, and in another direction, a similarly powerful demonic figure appeared in the world. Amidst the boundless devil chi, the shadow of the beast raised its head and roared. Rumble! At this moment, a demonic hand appeared in the world, and this demonic hand directly grabbed at the shadow of the beast. Finally, someone made a move. Old geezer Chi Tian, this demonic beast is mine. A voice rang out, and then another demonic hand appeared in the world, also grabbing at the shadow of the beast in the devil chi. Haha, this is really funny. Old geezer Wu Fa, you should just go to the side and enjoy the cool. Another voice rang out, and at this moment, the shadow of the beast in the demonic chi directly raised its head and inhaled. The endless demonic chi was instantly devoured clean, and a demonic beast was seen charging towards the two demon masters in the sky to devour them. When the demonic beast revealed its true appearance, Wu Jizhan and the others were very surprised and shocked. So, it's a cub. Wu Jishin directly rushed forward. An endless sword aura erupted from his body. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a peerless sword. He slashed at the cub of the heaven-devouring demonic beast. If the cub was already so powerful, wouldn't an adult heaven-devouring demonic beast be even more terrifying? While this demonic beast was still weak, he would kill it to prevent it from bringing disaster to the world. There was only one heaven-devouring demonic beast in the entire eternal world, and there would definitely not be a second one. This kind of primordial demonic beast would undergo nirvanic rebirth. When the heaven-devouring demonic beast was seriously injured and was about to die, it would undergo nirvanic rebirth or turn into an egg or a cocoon, etc. It was for the sake of seeking life in death and nirvanic rebirth. Clearly, this heaven-devouring demonic beast was just a cub. If it was killed now, then there would be at least an era where the heaven-devouring demonic beast would not appear again. How dare you! Courting death. Two angry roars rang out at the same time, and then two demonic figures instantly appeared and attacked Wu Jishin. 1. The sound of a sword resonated through the 9 heavens, and countless sword rays shot out from Wu Jishin's body. The overwhelming sword rays pierced towards the two demon masters. Scarlet flames incinerate the heavens. Demon Master Scarlet Heaven brandished both his hands, and endless demonic flames formed a vortex on his body. A terrifying devouring power surged out from the vortex, completely devouring the countless sword rays piercing towards him. The vortex formed by the scarlet demonic flames seemed as though it wanted to devour the entire world. Lawless. The lawless demon master also unleashed his ultimate move. The void around him trembled and twisted, and all the sword beams that pierced towards him shattered within the distorted void. Die, you two little fellows! Wu Jishin roared and attacked once more. The two demon masters also roared in anger and attacked Wu Jishin. 3 figures rapidly moved through the void, and an intense battle broke out. Demon Master Scarlet Heaven and Demon Master Lawless were incomparably shocked. Where did these peerless experts come from? Even with the 2 demon masters joining forces, they could only fight Wu Jishin evenly. In a one-on-one fight, neither Demon Master Scarlet Heaven nor Demon Master Lawless were a match for Wu Jishin. As for the heaven-devouring demonic beast cub, it had taken advantage of the battle between the 3 eternal experts to slip away. Wu Jidao, who was standing beside Gu Fei, flipped his left hand, and a divine bow immediately appeared in his hand. He knocked an arrow on the bow. When he pulled the divine bow, endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him and the bow. Swish! Wu Jidao released his hand, and an immortal arrow light instantly shot out. In an instant, it caught up to the heaven-devouring demonic beast and directly shot it, turning it into a bloody mist. However, in the next moment, the bloody mist instantly condensed together. The heaven-devouring demonic beast cub instantly reformed its demonic body and directly burrowed into the ground. What? Chapter 48:11. It's just the cub of the heaven-devouring devil beast. How can it be so powerful? Gu Fei saw Wu Jidao's arrow explode the cub of the heaven-devouring devil beast. However, the devil beast regenerated its body in an instant, as if it wasn't injured at all. Could it be that this primogenitor devil beast has the undying devil body? Gu Fei said in surprise, "Master, it's very difficult to kill the primogenitor devil beast." Wu Jidao said with a solemn expression, "There was only one primogenitor devil beast in the world. If this devil beast was seriously injured, it wouldn't die. Instead, it would be reborn. However, this didn't mean that this primogenitor devil beast was truly immortal. One must know that even a powerful guy like the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor had died, let alone the heaven-devouring devil beast. At this time, Wu Jidao didn't make another move. This was because 2 demon masters had already attacked the cub of the heaven-devouring devil beast. Eternal-level devil Dao power spread out, causing the void to tremble. The 2 demon masters fought in the sky for the cub. In an instant, the devil chi in the world was vast and mighty. The devil might shook the world. All the demonic creatures in the surrounding area were shivering and lying on the ground. This is fun! High up in the sky, on the peak of a demonic cloud, the mysterious demoness who had crossed paths with Gu Fei in the celestial continent's West Sea was watching the show. She was dancing with joy. Beside the mysterious demoness, there were 2 soul lights floating. One of them was the divine soul of the ancient netherworld demon emperor, and the other was the divine soul of the peerless devil snake. Little Ming, do you want to play? The mysterious demoness suddenly said to the ancient netherworld demon emperor, Old ancestor, please let this lowly one go. This lowly one can't afford to play in this state. The ancient netherworld demon emperor was speechless. He had been beaten to the point where only his divine soul was left. How could he play? If he was captured, he would become a great tonic for others. For people of the devil Dao, devouring the divine souls of others to improve their cultivation was like child's play. The ancient netherworld demon emperor didn't want to be devoured. TSK, what are you worried about? Wait, I'll see if I can help you find a good body. The mysterious demoness pondered for a moment and then made a grabbing motion with her right hand towards a ruin in the depths of underworld God Island. A black shadow rushed out of the soil and flew high into the sky. It was a human-shaped corpse. To be more precise, it was a demonic corpse. This demonic corpse's body was shrouded in a dense demonic aura. No one knew how long it had been dead, but its body was immortal. Existences with immortal bodies on Underworld God Island were definitely terrifying figures of the demonic Tao in the distant past. Moreover, the ancient Underworld Demon Emperor's divine soul could clearly sense the pressure emitted by the demon corpse. Furthermore, he also felt a bloodline connection with it. Pure-blooded demon ancestor. Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld exclaimed, "This body is not bad, right?" The mysterious demoness smiled. They watched the show from high in the sky, but no one could sense their existence, not even Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei recovered his cultivation and broke through to the mid-level of the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't sense the existence of the mysterious demoness. Old ancestor, this ancient underworld demon emperor was both surprised and happy. "You don't want it? Forget it. I'll give it to the little snake," the mysterious demoness said. The little snake she mentioned was the peerless demonic snake. This demonic snake's origin wasn't small. Although it wasn't a primogenitor demonic beast, it was at least a direct descendant of the primogenitor demonic beast. "No, this little one wants it," ancient underworld demon emperor said anxiously. Only a fool wouldn't want such a powerful body. Now that he was only left with a divine soul, where could he find such a top-grade body? Pure-blooded demon ancestor. This was a bit stronger than his original demonic body. Even ancient underworld demon emperor didn't know that there was such a heaven-defying body on this underworld god island. Could it be that even the pure-blooded demon ancestor of the demons died in the battle? All right, the mysterious demoness said and stretched out her right hand. She directly grabbed ancient underworld demon emperor's soul light and directly smashed it into the body of the pure-blooded demon ancestor. Boom! When the demonic soul entered the body, a powerful energy fluctuation immediately spread out from the body of the pure-blooded demon ancestor. It suddenly opened its eyes, and there seemed to be monstrous blood waves surging in the depths of its blood-red pupils. Primogenitor blood demon? After ancient underworld demon emperor's divine soul occupied this demonic body, he was immediately surprised and happy. This demonic body unexpectedly still had a trace of remnant will. When he refined this trace of remnant will, he was stunned. This demonic body turned out to be the demonic body of the primogenitor blood demon. Countless years ago, this primogenitor blood demon was killed by someone, but his corpse was completely preserved. What was even rarer was that this was actually the corpse of the primogenitor blood demon. The immortal demon blood in its body had not yet solidified. Under the control of his divine soul, the immortal demon blood demon started to circulate in his body again. As soon as the immortal demon blood demon started to circulate, an extremely tyrannical demonic aura burst out from the body of the primogenitor blood demon, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Haha, not bad. That brat Gufei is in trouble. The mysterious demoness clapped her hands and laughed. Old ancestor, you want to kill that brat? Ancient underworld demon emperor felt the unimaginably tyrannical power from this demonic body, and he immediately became confident. Although the power of this demonic body was far from his peak, it was still more than enough to deal with that fellow called Gufei. Don't make a decision on your own. The mysterious demoness immediately stopped smiling. This ancient underworld demon emperor was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that the old ancestor had really taken a fancy to that gigolo? Just go and play. If you make a decision on your own, the consequences will be very serious. The mysterious demoness said very seriously, Yes, yes, yes. This little one understands. Ancient underworld demon emperor said in fear and trepidation. The great emperor of the demons did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the mysterious demoness. If this scene was seen in the era of ancient underworld great emperor, it would definitely scare people to death. That was the great emperor of the demons, an overlord of a region. However, in front of the mysterious demoness, the great emperor of the demons instantly turned into an ordinary demon and was full of reverence towards the mysterious demoness. Go. The mysterious demoness waved her hand. In the next moment, ancient underworld great emperor, who had obtained the body of the primogenitor blood demon, directly fell from the demonic clouds. Kill! Ancient underworld demon emperor directly pounced towards Gufei. Gufei was taken aback. He immediately felt a spiritual was shrouding him. Someone was staring at him. He raised his head and saw a demonic shadow descending from the sky. Extreme breaking fist. Gufei directly blasted his fist upwards. The vast fist energy went against the sky, rushing towards ancient underworld demon emperor with unstoppable force. Boom! Ancient underworld demon emperor slapped his palm towards Gufei. Endless blood light erupted from his palm, illuminating the entire world in blood red. Chapter 48:12. The mysterious demoness took action and found the body of the progenitor blood demon for ancient netherworld demon emperor, allowing ancient netherworld demon emperor's cultivation to soar. Although he couldn't return to his former peak state, ordinary eternal realm experts were no longer his opponent. After ancient netherworld demon emperor gained control of the progenitor blood demon's body, he immediately rushed towards Gufei. However, ancient netherworld demon emperor couldn't have imagined that after eating the fusion Dao fruit, Gufei's cultivation not only recovered to the eternal realm, but also rushed to the mid-level eternal realm. Gufei directly punched ancient netherworld demon emperor, sending him flying high into the sky. However, Gufei's feet also exploded under ancient netherworld demon emperor's palm strike, causing his whole body to sink into the ground. Master! Wu Jidao and Wu Jizhan, who stood next to Gufei, couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw this scene. Kill! Wu Jidao knocked an arrow on his bow and shot it towards ancient netherworld demon emperor in the sky. The immortal arrow light instantly pierced through the void and shot towards ancient netherworld demon emperor. Blood prison samsara, ancient netherworld demon emperor roared, and a blood-colored vortex appeared in front of him. The immortal arrow light was instantly swallowed by the blood-colored vortex, disappearing without a trace. This was the progenitor blood demon's unique skill. Ancient netherworld demon emperor's spirit soul had devoured the remnant consciousness of the progenitor blood demon's corpse and obtained this demonic path secret technique. The might of the progenitor blood demon's secret technique was unimaginable. Boom! At this moment, the ground exploded, and Gu Fei rushed out of the ground. "You guys step back. Leave this guy to me." Gu Fei soared into the sky and directly rushed towards ancient netherworld demon emperor. Wu Jidao and Wu Jizhan had wanted to continue attacking. However, after hearing Gu Fei's words, they stopped and retreated to the side. At this time, the battle between Wu Jixin, Scarlet Heaven Demon Master, and Lawless Demon Master was still ongoing. The three of them were fighting against each other, and the situation was extremely intense. Lawless Demon Master and Scarlet Heaven Demon Master were enemies to begin with. Wu Jixin would sometimes fight one against two, and sometimes he would attack Scarlet Heaven Demon Master together with Lawless Demon Master. However, in the next moment, Wu Jixin and Scarlet Heaven Devil Master charged towards Lawlessness Devil Master. This was simply incomparably chaotic. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded from afar. Then, bloody light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Boundless demonic energy swept out in all directions. Suddenly, a rain of demonic blood began to fall, and the entire world rumbled. This scene was truly frightening. An eternal level life form has fallen. Those eternal level demon masters sensed the new phenomenon that suddenly appeared in this part of the world, and they couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked. The fall of an eternal level life form was not a trivial matter. The disappearance of the eternal great Tao directly affected the entire world. In the distant sky, a figure bathed in demonic blood rushed towards Gu Fei. That person was holding a sinister head in his hand. It's Big Brother. Big Brother is awesome. When Wu Jidao and Wu Jizhan saw that person, they couldn't help but be extremely excited. That person took a few steps forward and arrived near them. This person was the eldest of the four great generals of Hongtian, Wu Jixin. As it turned out, the sudden change in this world was caused by Wu Jixin finally killing the terrifying demonic creature that was guarding the Tao Fusion divine tree. Wu Jixin actually killed a peak eternal level demonic creature. The eternal demon masters on the underworld god island were all stunned by this scene. This guy is awesome, too awesome. One should know that it is not easy to kill an eternal level life form. This Wu Jixin, high up in the sky, ancient netherworld demon emperor who was fighting with Gu Fei, was also shocked when he saw the scene. Although the ancestor blood demon's body was very strong, it was not his own demon body after all. Ancient netherworld demon emperor's divine soul had just entered this body, and his divine soul and this body had not completely merged yet. It was difficult for him to exert the full combat power of this body. Previously, ancient netherworld demon emperor could completely crush Wu Jixin, but now he couldn't. Dull collisions sounded continuously, and powerful forces erupted. The void around Gu Fei and ancient netherworld demon emperor was filled with terrifying energy turbulence. The void within a radius of more than 10 miles trembled. Bam! Boom! Gu Fei's punch landed on Demon Emperor Netherworld's chest, directly causing the chest of Demon Emperor Netherworld's progenitor blood demon body to collapse, and his chest was stuck to his back. However, ancient netherworld demon emperor's palm also landed on Gu Fei's left rib. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and Gu Fei was directly sent flying. Both sides suffered. Wu Jixin and the others couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw the scene. Wu Jixin was surprised that his new master could fight this demon endlessly. That's because the demonic aura coming from this demon's body was truly terrifying. Could this guy be blood-colored demonic chi surged, and a bloody smell came from the void. The blood rain falling from the sky landed on the ancestor blood demon's body and was directly absorbed by this demon body. blood demon. Wu Jixian couldn't help but feel nervous. Ancestor blood demon and Hong Tian, heavenly emperor, lived in the same era. He didn't expect these demonic path giants to still be alive. How was this possible? Could it be that the human heavenly emperors died in vain? Wu Jixian and the others couldn't accept this. Kill! Kill! At this time, Gu Fei and the ancestor blood demon controlled by ancient netherworld demon emperor clashed again. Gu Fei went all out without holding anything back. All kinds of self-created eternal skills were displayed from his hands. The power was earth-shattering, and it continuously pushed back ancient netherworld demon emperor. How is this possible? Ancient netherworld demon emperor was shocked to the extreme. He was actually suppressed by a human. He couldn't accept this. He was the great emperor of demons. Blood prison samsara. Ancient netherworld demon emperor crazily used the ancestor blood demon's secret technique. His body trembled, and his whole body turned into a huge blood-colored vortex, swallowing Gu Fei in an instant. This Gu Fei was taken aback. He saw a blood-colored void all around him. Monstrous waves of blood swept towards him from all directions. He had entered a world filled with demon blood. The demon blood contained an astonishing devouring power, as if it could corrode one's soul. Not good. At this time, Wu Jixian and the others were shocked when they saw Gu Fei being swallowed by the blood-colored vortex. They had already recognized that this was the ancestor blood demon's secret technique. The ancestor blood demon was an ancestor demon, the strongest demon emperor born by heaven and earth. It was much stronger than ancient netherworld demon emperor. Gu Fei was swallowed by the blood-colored vortex. Wouldn't it bode ill for him? Demon emperors also had strong and weak ones. The strongest one was ancestor demon emperor. The ancestor blood demon was an ancestor demon emperor. Wu Jixian and the others thought that this was the ancestor blood demon's doing. Chapter 48:13. In the depths of Underworld God Island, the eternal level battle continued. The birth of the heaven-devouring devil beast's cub caused the giants of the devil path to fight over it. Everyone wanted to subdue the cub, but Wu Jixian was different. He wanted to kill the heaven-devouring devil beast. However, the heaven-devouring demonic beast was incomparably powerful. Even a cub would be very difficult to kill. Moreover, it was impossible for the demon Tao leaders to watch the sky-devouring demon beast get killed by Wu Jixian. Therefore, Lawless Demon Master and Scarlet Heaven Demon Master fought with Wu Jixian. This battle caused the void to tremble. Extremely terrifying energy ripples spread out. Sand and pebbles flew up from the ground below. Trees that had been growing for God knows how many years were uprooted. At this time in the distant sky, there was a vast amount of demonic chi, and there were many powerful figures watching. Some of the demon master level existences were very cautious and still had no intention of attacking. They were waiting for the appearance of the Nether God Demon Palace. Once every 3,000 years, the Devil Star would shine in the sky and the Devil Palace would appear. All the experts of the Devil Tao would gather on Underworld God Island, all for the sake of fighting for the Devil Tao treasure in the Underworld God Demon Palace. Everything else was just a small matter. Being able to enter the dark God Demon Palace was the most important matter for all the big shots of the demonic path. Once in 3,000 years. However, the appearance of Gu Fei and the 4 great generals of Hong Tian was a surprise to them. No one would have thought that someone from the righteous path would appear on Underworld God Island. One had to know that the devilish nature of Underworld God Island was so strong that even eternal experts would be affected by it. That was because the devilish nature of the Devil Star and Underworld God Island had converged. Whenever that happened, the experts of the righteous path would not dare to enter Nether God Island. As for the experts of the righteous path from Eternal World, they would never enter the Nether continent during that time. The reason was simple. Entering the underworld continent at this time was akin to seeking death. All the powerhouses of the demonic Tao were gathered at the underworld continent. Even the sect master of the martial extreme immortal sect and the head of the Buddhist race did not dare to fight against the powerhouses of the demonic Tao alone. At this time, 5 righteous immortals had appeared on Underworld God Island. This left the devil Tao powerhouses dumbfounded. What were these fellows doing on Nether God Island? Steal the demonic treasure? Even if they managed to snatch the demonic treasure, they wouldn't be able to use it. Why did you come here to stir up trouble? At this time, Gu Fei was taken into the blood prison, Samsara, by the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. An endless amount of demon blood gushed towards him. Each drop of demon blood contained an astonishing demonic nature that could corrode the soul of any living being. The body that the mysterious Demoness found for ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was the body of the ancestor, Blood Demon. This kind of supreme demon body was immortal and indestructible. Even though the primogenitor Blood Demon had perished countless years ago, his demonic body was still extremely powerful, and he hadn't lost much demonic essence. However, the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor's divine soul had only just gained control of this demon body. It was already amazing for him to be able to exert 10% of the demon body's power. Huh, brat, aren't you dead this time? The voice of the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor resounded in the blood-colored world. What, it's you? As soon as Gu Fei heard this voice, he was startled. Is this guy the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor? Why does this guy seem to have changed into a different person? In fact, Gu Fei's guess was right because the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor had really changed his body. There are many people who want me dead, but I'm still alive while they're dead, Gu Fei said coldly. At this time, a mass of divine light emerged from his body and enveloped him, blocking the surging demon blood outside of Gu Fei's body. Despite the mighty demon blood outside his body, Gu Fei remained unmoved like a mountain. What? The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was shocked and angry at the same time. This guy was simply an unkillable cockroach. I don't believe that I can't kill you even with this. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor clenched his teeth and became ruthless. He fully stimulated the power of this demon body and guided the power of the ancestor blood demon out bit by bit. Rumble, the power of the blood prison Samsara kept increasing, and the terrifying demonic path power condensed within it. Soon, the massive light outside Gu Fei's body dimmed. Humph. With a thought, Gu Fei also drew out the power of the Hongtian realm. As soon as the power of the Hongtian realm came out, the mass of divine light outside his body emitted a resplendent radiance. This, the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. The Hongtian realm condensed the last of the power of the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor. How could the power of the ancestor blood demon compare to it? Although the ancestor blood demon was very strong, the human race Heavenly Emperor wasn't any weaker. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the human race Heavenly Emperor was even stronger than the ancestor demon master. Of course, who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined after a fight. This demonic path power isn't bad. In the next moment, Gu Fei started to circulate his mystic technique to refine the demonic path power of the blood prison Samsara. Soon, his body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole that continuously devoured the ancestor blood demon's power. This is possible. The ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor, who had been staring at Gu Fei, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that Gu Fei was actually devouring the power of the blood prison, Samsara. What was going on? He discovered that he seemed to be unable to control the power of the blood prison, Samsara. As Gu Fei devoured the power of the blood prison, Samsara, Gu Fei's power was getting stronger and stronger. However, the ancestor blood demon's power was getting weaker and weaker. Who was the ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor? He was once an overlord, a high and mighty demon emperor. He knew very well that if this continued, he would lose to Gu Fei again. How could the mighty ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor lose to a human twice. Soul snatching. The ancestor blood demon's power wasn't limited to the blood prison, samsara. He also had a terrifying mystic technique, the soul-snatching blood shadow. The ancient netherworld demon emperor directly used this mystic technique. Suddenly, countless blood shadows emerged from the blood prison samsara. These blood shadows all emitted strange fluctuations. One after another, these blood shadows stood up from the blood prison samsara and pounced towards Gu Fei. These blood shadows were like blood-colored ghosts. They actually directly penetrated the layer of divine light around Gu Fei's body. "You want to play this trick with me?" Gu Fei smiled. In the next moment, a divine light suddenly rushed out from his glabella and directly dispersed a blood shadow that had just penetrated his light barrier. These blood shadows were just divine intent incarnations. However, they were different from ordinary divine intent incarnations. These blood shadows could devour all spiritual essence. As long as one was pounced on by a blood shadow, the blood shadow would devour their essence, chi, and spirit. However, this mystic technique was useless against Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, could sever all primordial spirits and divine intents. It was the nemesis of these blood shadows. Chapter 48:14. The power of the progenitor blood demon's secret technique, blood prison samsara, was naturally top-notch, especially the soul-seizing blood shadow. As long as the blood shadow pounced forward, the essence, chi, and spirit of any living being would be completely devoured in an instant. Devouring the essence, chi, and spirit of other living beings to improve one's own cultivation was a common thing for people of the demonic Tao. However, this progenitor blood demon was a ruthless character. Before he fell, he had devoured the essence and blood of countless living beings. Moreover, this guy was temperamental. When he was angry, countless living beings in a domain would suffer a calamity. However, this demonic Tao's magical power that had always been successful was now broken by someone. This made ancient netherworld demon emperor both shocked and angry. How is this possible? In the blood prison samsara, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground when he saw Gu Fei slashing a blood shadow with a single sword strike. At the same time, Gu Fei was still constantly devouring the surrounding blood demon power and refining it into his own yuan qi. His aura was constantly rising. Ancient netherworld demon emperor was both shocked and angry. What kind of magical power was this guy using? Could it be that this guy had always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Did he have a great background? When he thought about how even that person looked at this guy in a different light, ancient netherworld demon emperor felt that his guess was correct. This guy might be in existence at the same level as that person. At this time, ancient netherworld demon emperor couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If this person was at the same level as that old ancestor, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand to kill him? Swish! Gu Fei's primordial spirit, Tao, sword danced in the air. Countless blood shadows that were rushing towards Gu Fei were directly slashed in the void and dissipated into nothingness. Moreover, ancient netherworld demon emperor's divine soul was also impacted and weakened all of a sudden. One had to know that these blood shadows didn't appear out of thin air. Each of them contained a trace of ancient netherworld demon emperor's divine will, and Gu Fei's primordial spirit, Tao sword, was the nemesis of divine will. With so many divine wills destroyed, even if ancient netherworld demon emperor's primordial spirit was powerful, he still wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom! The entire blood prison, samsara, void, suddenly shook. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the outside world. It turned out that Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld had directly thrown Gu Fei out of the blood prison, samsara void. Master is out. Upon seeing this, Wu Jixian and the others were pleasantly surprised. The blood prison samsara was actually a small world created by the primogenitor, Blood Devil. It was hidden within the void of heaven and earth. Even a peak eternal existence, like Wu Jixian, could not sense the existence of the blood prison, samsara. Who are you? Demon Emperor Ancient Netherworld's figure also appeared in the void. Who am I? Take a guess? Gu Fei smiled. Guess your ass. Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor turned around and left. Hey, don't go. I haven't sucked enough. Gu Fei said. Hearing this, Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor staggered and almost fell from the sky. Gu Fei did not chase after Ancient Netherworld Demon Emperor. At this time, Scarlet Heaven Demon Lord and Lawless Demon Lord, who were fighting with Wu Jixin, retreated, no longer entangled with Wu Jixin. That heaven-devouring demon beast cub also disappeared without a trace. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that the battle that erupted in the depths of Underworld God Island had also stopped. It was as if something big was about to happen. The entire world was filled with an incomparably oppressive atmosphere. Rumble! Just as Gu Fei and the others were in a state of shock, the earth suddenly shook and cracks appeared on the ground. In the central region of Underworld God Island, a demon mountain stood. At this time, the demon mountain shook violently and the mountain collapsed. Strands of demon chi rushed out from the cracks. It's time all the demon path powerhouses stared at the mountain, shrouded in demon chi. That was the Underworld God Mountain, the tallest demon mountain in the entire Underworld God Island. At this time, a corner of the Underworld God Demon Mountain collapsed, and an ancient wall was revealed. All the demon path powerhouses were incomparably nervous. The Underworld God Demon Palace had finally appeared again. This exposed demon palace was just a corner. As the Underworld God Demon Mountain shook more and more violently, the mountain continued to collapse, and an incomparably huge demon palace appeared in front of everyone. Endless demon chi lingered, and the entire demon palace seemed to be attracted by the demon stars in the sky. It actually broke through the mountain and slowly rose into the sky. Countless gravel and dust fell from the demon palace. Seeing the scene, even Gu Fei was a little stunned. How was this a demon palace? It was simply a city that had existed for God knows how long. Tall walls surrounded the entire demon palace, and there were doors in all 4 directions. The Underworld God Demon Palace has appeared. We've waited for 3,000 years. Countless demon path powerhouses were incomparably excited. Some demons directly rushed towards the demon palace. Roar! At this time, the demon chi in the Underworld God Demon Abyss was vast and mighty, and a terrifying demon dragon rushed out from the abyss. Terrifying demon Dao energy fluctuations erupted from the demon dragon's body, causing the void to tremble. The demon dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The wind created by the 2 wings turned into a terrifying storm, and the surrounding mountains were instantly blown into the air, and the sun and moon lost their light. This was definitely an eternal level demon dragon. And in other places on the Underworld God Island, there are also terrifying existences that were so strong that they made the demon path powerhouses' hearts palpitate. These powerful beings directly rushed towards the Underworld God Demon Palace. A demon bird directly rushed into the demon palace. But in the next moment, a demon light shot out from the entrance of the demon palace, directly piercing through the demon bird. In the next moment, the eternal level demon bird directly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, both its body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this scene, all the demon path powerhouses were shocked. It seems more dangerous than in previous years. Yes, it hasn't even started, and an eternal level existence has already fallen. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Some demon path powerhouses who were familiar with each other whispered. Most of the demon path powerhouses present had come to the Underworld God Demon Palace for the first time. Some of them had been here several times already and had obtained quite a lot of rewards. However, Everyone knew that the underworld god-demon palace was the ancestral palace of the pure-blood demons in the past. The things inside were not so easy to obtain. Inside the underworld god-demon palace, there were unimaginable dangers. Even an eternal-level demon path powerhouse would have a slim chance of survival. Every time the underworld god-demon palace appeared, a demon path powerhouse would fall. However, every time it appeared, someone would obtain a heaven-defying demonic treasure and become the winner. This was also the reason why so many demon path powerhouses still wanted to enter the underworld god-demon palace, even though they knew it was incomparably dangerous. And this time, Gu Fei just happened to be here. As the underworld god-demon palace continued to rise, the nearby demon path powerhouses began to stir. One after another, powerful figures appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 48:15 Nether God Island. The emergence of the Nether Deity Demon Temple had caused countless demon lord-level existences to gather on Nether God Island. There was only one reason for their appearance: the treasures of the demons within the Nether Deity Demon Temple. The Nether Deity Demon Temple was once the ancestral temple of the pure-blooded demons. It contained the treasures of countless pure-blooded demons. Even the demon lords would covet the treasures of the pure-blooded demons. These demons were all eternal-level existences. They wanted to go one step further, surpass the eternal stage, and unify the entire eternal world. However, ever since the birth of Eternal World, it had never been completely ruled by humans or other races. In other words, no one had ever been able to unify Eternal World. Even an eternal-level demonic, Tao overlord, could only dominate a region and become an overlord. If they could obtain the treasures of the demons within the Nether Deity Demon Temple, they would have the hope of surpassing the eternal stage. Back then, the primogenitor of the pure-blooded demons was a peerless existence that had surpassed the eternal stage. Master, let's retreat. Wu Jixian sent a secret vocal transmission to Gu Fei. Retreat. Gu Fei smiled, not saying anything else. Master, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Wu Jixian said. The 4 generals under Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven knew that the 5 of them were simply incapable of defeating so many demons. Once the demons joined forces, it would be difficult for them to escape. How can we miss out on such a wonderful show? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. A wonderful show? Wu Jixian and the others were dumbfounded. This new master of theirs was truly a reckless person. Rumble! Demonic energy surged out, and the massive Nether Deity Demon Temple kept rising. The demonic aura radiating out from the Demon Temple kept growing stronger. This aura had long since surpassed the eternal stage. Even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitating. Humph! There are a few bugs here that are an eyesore. Fellows, how about we drive these bugs away first? Suddenly, a demonic silhouette shrouded in demonic flames turned to look at Gu Fei and the others. Black Sun, if you want to attack, no one will stop you. In another direction, there was an equally powerful demonic shadow. This demon lord was like a cloud of demonic mist, as if he did not have a demonic body of flesh and blood. He was faint and incorporeal, as if he could be blown away by the wind at any time. Huanchen, are you asking for a beating? The Black Sun Fiend Lord said coldly. What? I'm asking for a beating. Come and beat me if you have the guts. Demon Master Dream Dust sneered. You, the Black Sun Demon Lord, was enraged and was about to attack. I say, if the 2 of you want to fight, then run away and fight. Another Demon Master appeared. Eternal Ghost, this has nothing to do with you. Scram to the side for your daddy. The Black Sun Fiend Lord bellowed. Humph! The Eternal Demon Lord did not say anything else. Every one of them was an eternal-level demon lord. Thus, none of them were willing to submit to the other. If it weren't for the fact that the leaders of the demonic Tao had gone their separate ways, half of Eternal World would have fallen under the rule of the demonic Tao. Haha! Gu Fei suddenly burst into laughter. "Little fellow of the human race, what are you laughing at?" The Black Sun Fiend Lord glared at Gu Fei with a ferocious glint in his eyes. He had long been displeased with Gu Fei and the others. "Ha! I'm laughing at how you guys overestimate yourselves. You want to chase me away? You guys can't do it." Gu Fei laughed. "What? You dare to look down on us? Are you tired of living?" The group of demon masters was instantly displeased. When a demon master was displeased, the consequences would be dire. The Black Sun Fiend Lord threw a punch at Gu Fei. "Master!" Just as Wu Jixian was about to make a move, he was stopped by Gu Fei. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a loud explosion. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. A circle of transparent ripples could be seen with the naked eye, with the two of them as the center. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. All the demon masters were dumbfounded. The one who was sent flying was not the little fellow of the human race, but the Black Sun Fiend Lord. The Black Sun Fiend Lord let out a tragic cry as he was sent flying. His entire right arm was bent in a weird manner as the bones in his arm were shattered. "How is this possible?" The Black Sun Fiend Lord was in disbelief. "Nothing is impossible in front of me." Gu Fei took a step forward and executed the heaven-treading step. In an instant, he caught up to the Black Sun Fiend Lord, who was sent flying, and stomped down. Bam! The body of the Black Sun Fiend Lord exploded immediately. Endless demonic flames erupted, filling the entire void with demonic flames. The surrounding demon masters hurried to avoid it. Even Wu Jixian and the others retreated. A primordial spirit appeared in the endless demonic flames. However, at this moment, a sword light shot out from Gu Fei's glabella. With a flash of the sword light, the demonic figure in the demonic flames was destroyed in the void. A demon master was killed by Gu Fei, just like that, cleanly and cleanly. All the demon masters were dumbfounded when they saw this. How was this possible? The combat strength of this little fellow of the human race was too heaven-defying. One must know that the Black Sun Fiend Lord was no weakling. He was a demon master in the eternal realm. How could he be killed just like that? This was too surreal. However, the death of the Black Sun Fiend Lord was an undeniable fact. Even Wu Jixian and the others were dumbfounded, especially Wu Jixian. Even if he were to take action, it would be impossible for him to kill an Eternal Realm Demon Master in 3 moves. "Everyone, let's kill him together!" A demon master roared. At this moment, Gu Fei was collecting the spoils of war. After he killed the Black Sun Fiend Lord, the small world created by the Black Sun Fiend Lord exploded. Countless treasures flew out from the small world. Kill! At this moment, 2 figures rushed towards Gu Fei. "Master, be careful!" Wu Jixian did not think much and attacked immediately. Boom! With a muffled sound, Wu Jixian and a demon Dao giant started fighting. Swish! Another divine light flashed. Then, the demon master who was fighting with Gu Fei also received his bento box. Gu Fei killed 2 Eternal Realm experts in 1 move. This shocked everyone, and their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. "Master is very strong." Wu Jixian and the others were surprised and overjoyed. Although their new master was only at the intermediate Eternal Realm, his combat strength was heaven-defying. He could actually easily kill an Eternal Realm Demon Dao Giant. In fact, the reason why Gu Fei could easily kill an Eternal Realm Demon Master was because of the Primordial Spirit Dao Sword. This secret technique was the nemesis of primordial spirits. Once one's primordial spirit was destroyed, even an Eternal Realm Demon Dao Giant would have to receive a bento box. On the other hand, it was difficult for Wu Jixian to kill an Eternal Realm expert. If he wanted to kill an Eternal Realm expert, ordinary methods would be useless. He had to use special methods. Chapter 48:16. Gu Fei was domineering to the extreme. Even when countless demons were staring at him, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, his battle intent was blazing, and he looked like he could kill anyone in his way. Is this guy a lunatic? How dare he cause trouble here? He must be tired of living. Why don't we join hands and kill this human brat? The nearby demons whispered. They didn't use their spiritual will to communicate. Even if Gu Fei heard their words, it didn't matter. This demon lord is here for the underworld god demon palace. I'm not interested in anything else. A demon lord sneered. What a joke. That human brat even killed the Black Sun demon lord and another demon lord. Who would dare to attack first? It was easy to talk. The person who attacked first might be in danger of dying. These demon lords were all arrogant and unruly people. It was impossible for them to join hands. Moreover, they were here for the underworld god demon palace. Now that the underworld god demon palace had appeared, they didn't want to fight to the death with Gu Fei now. That's right. Whoever wants to kill that human brat can do it. A giant of the devil race said this. You bastards are really short-sighted. A demon lord sighed. Right now, the demon Tao was like scattered sand, each doing their own thing. No one was willing to submit to anyone. This would give the righteous sects an opportunity to take advantage of. This was also the reason why the demon Tao couldn't win against the righteous sections. At this moment, the underworld god demon palace had already risen high into the sky. Endless demonic qi revolved around the demon palace. Ancient demonic runes appeared one after another on the demon palace. The ancient demon palace seemed to have existed since time immemorial. It gave off an incomparably ancient feeling. The vicissitudes of life were even more shocking. A bunch of cowards. Gu Fei stood in the sky and swept his gaze in all directions. He was incomparably domineering. When Gu Fei said this, Wu Jixian and the rest behind him were shocked. Was their master trying to incur the wrath of the masses? What did you say? Sure enough, as soon as Gu Fei said this, it immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many big shots of the demonic path. Are you all deaf? Fine, I'll say it again. Listen up. I said, you're all cowards. Now listen up. Gu Fei said loudly. He had used the power of the great Tao, let alone the powerhouses of the demons present. Even the other demons on Underworld God Island could hear him. Preposterous. Soon, some Devil Path powerhouses wanted to take action against Gu Fei. However, right at this moment, a strange sound rang out from within the Nether God Demon Palace. Then, the tightly shut doors of the Demon Palace slowly opened. Motherf asterisk her, human brat, do you dare to follow me? The lawless demon lord roared at Gu Fei before turning into a beam of demonic light and shooting towards the underworld demon hall. At this time, the Devil Path giants around the underworld demon palace could no longer sit still. They directly rushed towards the underworld demon palace, fighting to be the first, as if they were afraid of falling behind. As for the incomparably powerful restrictive magic of the demons, it was not triggered. Seeing that Gu Fei was really going to rush in, Wu Jixian quickly stopped him. Master, you can't. This is the ancestral palace of the pure-blooded demons. No one knows what is inside. Even these demons are in extreme danger, and there's a chance of dying inside, let alone us. Human brat, admit defeat. Another big shot of the demonic path, Scarlet Heaven, sneered. Next, he also rushed towards the underworld demon palace and landed on the square in front of the underworld demon palace. At this time, beams of demonic light shot out from all directions of the underworld demon palace and landed on the square. Powerful demonic figures appeared one after another. A total of 32 big shots of the demonic path appeared on the square in front of the underworld demon palace. If the 2 demon lords who died in Gu Fei's hands were included, there would be 34 big shots of the demonic path gathered in the underworld demon palace. These were existences at the eternal realm, With 34 of them appearing at the same time, if these big shots of the demonic path were to join forces, they would be able to wipe out the entire eternal world. However, compared to the huge square, these 32 big shots of the demonic path were insignificant. Even compared to the gate of the underworld demon palace, these big shots of the demonic path were like ants, so small that they were almost negligible. Ancient netherworld demon emperor did not appear, but Gu Fei knew that the old demon was still hiding at the side, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Rumble, the gate of the underworld demon palace, was still slowly opening. An inexplicable aura seeped out from the gate, causing the demon lords to be inexplicably shocked. What's going on? Gu Fei also sensed this aura. Could this be the aura of a pure-blooded demon lord? Ancient netherworld demon emperor seemed to be a pure-blooded demon as well. Let's join in the fun. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly entered the square in front of the underworld demon palace, appearing outside the gate. Human brat, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Lawless demon master laughed. At this time, the 4 great generals of Hong Tian descended from the sky and landed behind Gu Fei. I've never seen these 4 planes before. Demon Master Huan Qin stared at the 4 great generals behind Gu Fei, a pair of blood-red eyes faintly visible in the demonic fog. Since when did the human race have 4 eternal ones? Eternal Demon Master frowned. The other demon masters were also very puzzled. One must know that every demon master present knew how many eternal ones there were in the human race, but these 4 had suddenly appeared, and the black-robed youth leading them was also very unfamiliar. The human race had suddenly produced 5 eternal ones. This was definitely not a small force. The group of demon masters really had the thought of joining forces to kill these 5 people. However, at this time, the gate of the underworld demon palace had already opened. No one was willing to complicate matters at this time. It stopped. They saw that the gate of the underworld demon palace had already stopped. It was pitch black inside the gate, and no one knew what was inside. Swish! Gu Fei immediately opened his martial path, Heavenly Eye. At this time, his martial path Heavenly Eye had already evolved into the Eyes of Eternity. With a sweep of the Eyes of Eternity, any illusion could be seen through in an instant. However, this time, Gu Fei's Eyes of Eternity, which had always been successful, could not see anything inside the gate. Interesting. Gu Fei was a little surprised. It seemed like this demon palace was not simple. No wonder these demon master level fellows all came for this demon palace. Swish! A figure flashed, and in the next moment, a demonic figure directly rushed into the demon palace, instantly disappearing inside. It's Lawless Demon Master, a big shot of the demon Dao exclaimed. Then, with a flash of scarlet flames, Scarlet Heaven Demon Master also rushed in. With a big shot of the demon Dao taking the lead, the others could no longer sit still and rushed into the demon palace. Soon, all the big shots of the demon Dao in the square rushed into the underworld demon palace. Master, don't tell me you really want to go in. When Wu Jixian saw that Gu Fei actually wanted to enter this terrifying demon palace, he couldn't help but be shocked. This demon palace was definitely filled with great danger. Chapter 48:17. Underworld Deity Temple was the ancestral temple of pure-blooded demons in ancient times. In the distant past, this temple was the holy land of all demons. In that incomparably distant era, the Underworld Deity Temple was worshipped by tens of thousands of demons. However, Underworld God Island was now a wasteland. As for the Underworld Deity Temple, it was still the same Underworld Deity Temple. Nothing had changed. The primogenitor of the pure-blooded demons was invincible. However, even the primogenitor of the pure-blooded demons would fall one day. However, no one knew if the primogenitor of the pure-blooded demons was dead or alive. At that moment, the powerhouses of the demons who came to Underworld God Island had already entered the Underworld Deity Temple. Only Gu Fei, Hong Tian, and the four great generals were left on the huge square in front of the temple. Naturally, there were still demonic path experts spying on the surroundings of the underworld deity temple. Those demons would never miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The ancient netherworld demon emperor was still lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. No one knew how many powerhouses of the demonic path had entered Underworld God Island. No one knew how many eternal-level aboriginals of Underworld God Island were spying on them. Boom! Gu Fei suddenly threw a punch at the gate of the Underworld deity temple. The violent fist energy smashed against the door, but the door of the Underworld God Demon Palace did not move at all. This caused Gu Fei to be taken aback. An eternal rank power was actually unable to move the door at all. "Master, we should retreat." Wu Jixian stared at the open gate with a grim expression. The Underworld God Demon Palace had existed for a long time in his era. Even the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor didn't dare to barge into the Underworld God Demon Palace. However, there was no doubt that this Underworld deity temple was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Not many of the powerhouses of the demonic path who entered the Underworld deity temple could make it out alive. Some unlucky fellows would die inside. Whenever this happened, the Underworld continent would experience its most turbulent period. That was because the demonic path would undergo a reshuffle. Retreat. Hearing that, Gu Fei did not think much of it. "All of you, protect me." As Gu Fei spoke, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, a beam of divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and turned into another Gu Fei. Divine will incarnation. When Wu Jixian and the others saw this, they were shocked. So this was what their new master was planning. They didn't dare to be negligent and immediately sat cross-legged around Gu Fei, guarding Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei's divine will incarnation took a step forward and instantly rushed into the Underworld Demon Hall, disappearing. This is the moment Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation entered the Underworld God Demon Palace. He immediately lost contact with his real body. This caused him to be shocked. There's actually a world behind this door. The instant Gu Fei's divine sense clone entered the gate, he knew that it was going to be bad. He had actually entered another world. In front of him was a boundless land. He was standing on an ancient array platform. No wonder the gate of the Underworld God Demon Palace was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. The gate of the Underworld God Demon Palace was actually the entrance to a teleportation array. All living beings that entered the Underworld God Demon Palace would be teleported to this world. Sensing the pulse of this world, Gu Fei's divine will incarnation was shocked. The great Tao of heaven and earth here was actually very stable and perfect, almost flawless. This was definitely a world created by a supreme existence that surpassed eternity. Gu Fei's divine will incarnation was extremely strong and had at least 30% of his strength. However, his divine will incarnation couldn't sense the end of this world at all. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar, and a strong demonic force exploded. This force instantly tore the void of heaven and earth, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. What's going on? Gu Fei's divine will incarnation was shocked. He saw a demonic figure rushing out. That person was a demonic giant that he knew. The person who rushed out of that terrifying, destructive demonic force was actually Lawless Demon Master. At this moment, Lawless Demon Master was in an extremely sorry state. The left half of his body was a bloody mess. His hair was disheveled, and his demonic blood was spurting out profusely. This, Gu Fei's divine will incarnation was indescribably shocked. This was a demon master, an eternity existence. Yet he was actually so heavily injured that even his eternal demon body was crippled. Moreover, what truly shocked Gu Fei's divine will incarnation was that Lawless Demon Master's eternal demon body couldn't be repaired. It seemed like he had suffered a great Tao injury. If the demon body couldn't be repaired, then things would be interesting. Human race brat, you actually dared to barge in. Lawless demon master saw Gu Fei's divine will incarnation and was instantly shocked and overjoyed. Then he directly pounced towards Gu Fei's divine will incarnation. You are. However, when he got close, Lawless demon master suddenly realized that this human brat in front of him was actually just a divine will incarnation. This made him extremely displeased. You dare to mess with me? Gu Fei's divine will incarnation grinned at the incoming Lawless demon master. In the next instant, he sent a punch towards Lawless demon master. His first move was the extreme breaking fist. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei's divine will incarnation was vibrating. Pitch black, spatial cracks appeared in the void one after another. An indomitable fist, intent, burst forth. With this punch, the power of Gu Fei's divine will incarnation instantly soared to an unimaginable level. Pum! With a dull thud, Lawless demon master was actually sent flying by a single punch from Gu Fei's divine will incarnation. Damn it! Lawless demon master was extremely aggrieved. He was heavily injured. Otherwise, how could he have been sent flying by a mere divine will incarnation of the human race? Demonic blood splattered down from the sky, filling the void with a pungent stench of blood. Haha! I'll take your life while you're down. Gu Fei's divine will incarnation laughed out loud. With a single step, he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he had already caught up to Lawless demon master. He stomped down. Pum! With a single stomp, Gu Fei's divine will incarnation sent Lawless demon master crashing down from the sky. Boom! The ground trembled. Dust flew everywhere as a huge pit appeared on the ground. Ho! Lawless demon master was enraged. Pitch black demonic chains shot out from the ground, wrapping around Gu Fei's divine will incarnation. On every single demonic chain, there were countless demonic inscriptions that could be faintly seen. A total of 9 demonic chains shot out from the ground, wrapping around Gu Fei's divine will incarnation in an instant. What? Gu Fei's divine will incarnation was shocked. In the next instant, a demonic hand pierced through his chest. Kill! Chapter 48:18. Behind the gates of the underworld, God-Demon Palace, was a world of its own. This shocked Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation greatly. The dangers within this world were unimaginable. Even the Lawless demon master had suffered a huge loss, and his eternal demon body had been severely injured. The Lawless demon master actually wanted to devour Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. However, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was so strong that it almost killed the Lawless demon master. However, the Lawless demon master was a true eternal realm devil Dao bigwig. Even though he was severely injured, his devil Dao mystiques were still extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was entangled by 9 demonic chains. A demonic hand even pierced through the body of the spiritual will incarnation. In the next moment, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation exploded. The 9 demonic chains around him shattered and dissipated into the void. A spiritual will Dao sword appeared between the heaven and earth. With a single slash, it actually slashed out the Lawless demon master who was hidden within the void. How is this possible? A line of blood appeared on the Lawless demon master's forehead. Then his entire body was split in the middle. He was sliced into 2 by Gu Fei's spiritual will Dao sword. A ball of demonic light rushed out of the Lawless demon master's body and shot into the sky. That was the Lawless demon master's primordial spirit. It was trying to escape. Trying to escape? Gu Fei's spiritual will Dao sword slashed towards the Lawless demon master's primordial spirit. Seeing this, the Lawless demon master's primordial spirit was given quite a fright. However, just as Gu Fei's spiritual will Dao sword was about to strike the Lawless demon master's primordial spirit, a demonic claw descended from the sky and grabbed the Lawless demon master's primordial spirit. What? Gu Fei's spiritual will Dao sword landed on the demonic claw. However, It did not even break through the scales of the demonic claw. Instead, it was sent flying. The lawless demon master's primordial spirit was actually snatched away by this demonic claw that descended from the sky. This Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was indescribably shocked. The spiritual will Dao sword disappeared, and his figure appeared in the void. He looked up into the sky and saw that the demonic claw had disappeared without a trace. What happened? Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was indescribably shocked. He sensed an unknown danger, and this was definitely not a good thing for him. At this moment, his figure became blurry. Even though he had slain the demonic body of the lawless demon lord just now, he had also suffered a huge blow. His spiritual will incarnation had already become unstable. Let's leave first! Gu Fei's spiritual force incarnation made a prompt decision and directly rushed towards the teleportation array in the distance, instantly landing on the ground. He immediately reversed the direction of the ancient teleportation matrix. In the next moment, the ancient teleportation matrix activated, and he instantly disappeared in the void. He was teleported out. Just as Gu Fei's divine will incarnation disappeared in the teleportation ancient formation, a terrifying demonic aura came from afar. A demonic shadow immediately appeared near the teleportation ancient formation. Unrecognizable corpse, boundless demonic aura rushed out from the body of this demon lord, and the terrifying demonic aura filled every inch of the void. The devil Dao giant released his divine sense. This divine sense instantly enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, but he didn't discover anything. I got lucky. The demon lord opened his mouth and inhaled. The two halves of the corpse on the ground were swallowed by this demon lord. Rumble. Very soon, an unimaginably powerful demonic aura erupted from the giant's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. This demon lord instantly disappeared in the void, and there was no trace of him. At this moment, a beam of divine light rushed out from the gates of the underworld demon hall, and instantly entered the real body of Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The four generals of Hong Tian who were protecting Gu Fei around Gu Fei were extremely shocked. In the next moment, Gu Fei stood up from the ground. Another world? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He never expected that there would be another world behind the gates of the underworld demon hall. Moreover, that world was filled with danger. Even an eternal level existence would be in danger of dying in that world. Gu Fei did not intend to go in, but he released his doppelganger. This was not a divine will incarnation, but his doppelganger. A doppelganger with flesh and blood. Swoosh! Gu Fei's doppelganger rushed into the underworld demon hall and disappeared through the gates. Rumble! When Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared in this world, it was as terrifying as purgatory. There was demonic aura everywhere and corpses were everywhere. Two extremely powerful demonic path overlords were in a great battle. Very soon, Gu Fei's clone found out why the two devil Dao overlords were fighting. It was because they were fighting over a supreme treasure of the devil Dao. It was a 9-nether demonic herb that had taken root on a rock. This item had long gone extinct in the outside world. One could only find 1 or 2 on Underworld God Island. What happened? Gu Fei's doppelganger was dumbfounded. Human clan. The two demon lords who were fighting discovered the existence of Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, the two demon lords did not attack Gu Fei's doppelganger. This surprised Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei knew the two of them. They were Demon Lord Scarlet Heaven and Demon Lord Fantasy Dust. The two of them had a grudge against each other. Now they were fighting over the 9-nether demonic herb. Demon Lord Scarlet Heaven was like a demonic sun, emitting endless demonic flames. The void around him was constantly distorted by the demonic flames. The stability of this world was definitely not comparable to that of the eternal world. Eternal existences could not easily shake the void. 9-nether demonic herb, Gu Fei's doppelganger, looked at the demonic herbs lingering with demonic energy in the distance. His eyes turned red. What a pity! He shook his head and left the place. The entire world turned dark. Dazzling lightning bolts kept appearing in the sky. An incomparably oppressive aura filled the void. The weather had changed. Gu Fei's doppelganger knew nothing about this world. It would be best if he could capture a native here and search its soul. That way he would know everything. That is, not long after Gu Fei's doppelganger left, he encountered an incomparably powerful demonic creature. It was a wolf, a demonic creature known as the Demon Sky Winged Wolf. This type of demonic wolf liked to live in packs. In a pack of Demon Sky Winged Wolves, there was bound to be a Wolf King. The Wolf King was the strongest existence in the pack.